There is no beginning in this place, only the hush of a world that's already been left behind. Somewhere behind your breath, the silence stretches long, thin and taut, like a thread barely holding the sky in place. The clouds above are heavy with something older than weather. It doesn't fall like rain should. It drifts sideways, diagonally, weightless, and yet heavier than grief. You do not remember when it started. You only know you've been walking beneath it long enough for your boots to forget dryness, long enough for your bones to learn the sound of wet fabric clinging to skin, and to find no protest in it anymore. The world is quiet, but not still. It murmurs. There are no birds, no dogs, no cars, no songs that belong to mouths. Only the sound of your own footsteps softened into mud, and the tap-tap of droplets that do not fall so much as land, choosing you with intention. The ground, like the sky, has forgotten what it means to welcome footsteps. Grass has browned to memory. Stone has cracked beneath the weight of storms that do not pass. And everything smells faintly of rust, not sharp, not acrid, but old, settled, the way iron forgets its shape over time. You adjust the strap across your shoulder, not because it's slipping, but because that's what you do. Even alone, especially alone. The weight on your back is familiar, though you've never opened the case. You wouldn't, even if you could. What it holds isn't yours. You're just the one who carries it. And that is a kind of belonging, too. Above you, a shape flickers against the overcast. Not a bird, not a drone. Just a shadow with too many edges, gone before it can become meaning. You do not stop walking. You have learned that to stop is to feel, and to feel here is dangerous. The wind has teeth, though it only grazes you in passing. Your coat flaps like a breath held too long. The hood stays up. You do not need to see the horizon. It will come when it comes. Sometimes, in the hush between steps, you imagine a voice, not calling out, just near. The kind of voice that once read stories while you fell asleep, or the one that used to hum while making tea. But when you listen closely, there's only the static of rain, the memory of music, and the echo of a name that isn't said aloud anymore. Your gloves are soaked. You flex your fingers and feel the cold bite of old leather, softened by use and time. It's not a bad cold. It's just here, like everything else. The terrain ahead slopes gently downward, littered with rocks that feel placed rather than fallen, as though the earth itself arranged them for you, in quiet ceremony. Some you step over, some you avoid, some you stumble on and keep moving anyway. The pain doesn't register as warning anymore. It's just another kind of weather. The rain doesn't fall in sheets. It drifts in spirals, in unpredictable eddies. You pass beneath a broken steel girder, the remains of something that used to hold things up. Now it leans against itself in quiet defeat. Moss creeps across its surface, hesitant, as if asking permission. The sound of the rain on metal is sharper here, not violent, just more precise. It rings, faintly, like distant wind chimes with no wind. The droplets kiss the rust, and the rust doesn't mind. You pass a ruin that might have been a gas station once. The roof has half collapsed. Shelves inside remain stocked with unrecognizable shapes beneath layers of dust and moisture. You do not go in. The door is still partly open, and that is enough. Something about the darkness beyond it hums wrong, not a threat, just full, like a breath someone else never finished taking, a space not ready to be entered again. You bow your head slightly in passing, not as greeting, but as apology, for witnessing, for continuing on. Your shadow lengthens beside you, though the sun is nowhere to be seen. Light here moves like thought, slow, meandering, easily lost. The landscape opens ahead, dotted with what used to be buildings, now softened into shapes that barely distinguish themselves from rock. Nature has taken nothing back. It simply filled the absence with silence. The silence of metal folding inward, of shoes never reclaimed, of screens gone blank. A thrum beneath your boots interrupts your reverie, a low pulse, rhythmic and mechanical. It's not nearby, not exactly, but you feel it more than hear it. It travels up through the soles, the arches of your feet, into your knees, your spine. You pause beside a stone that bears a handprint. It's deep, unmistakable, pressed into the surface as though the stone had been soft once, just long enough to remember someone. You do not touch it. Your gloves are too wet, and something about that handprint feels too private to echo. The hills ahead begin to rise again, crowned with cables that stretch like nerves between crumbling pylons. One of them still sparks, gently, once every 10 seconds. The sound is sharp but tired, like an old cough trying not to disturb the room. You walk beneath them, the cables humming low. Not warning, not welcome, just acknowledgement. At some point you realize you've been humming. The tune isn't familiar. It might not be anything at all, but it carries your breath in it, and that's enough. The rain hasn't stopped. It never really does. But the drops have lightened for now. Less insistent, more like mist. You take a deep breath through your scarf and feel it settle in your chest like warm dust. In the distance you see a structure. Tall, narrow, skeletal. A tower perhaps. Communications, observation, long abandoned, still standing. You walk toward it not because you need to, but because direction is a kindness you rarely refuse. As you approach, a light flickers near its base. A motion sensor clinging to life, blinking uncertainly as if surprised to find you here. There is no one inside, just shelves of data drives and dried-out food packs neatly stacked. A folded blanket, a mug with a name worn off by time. Someone once called this shelter. Someone once waited here for footsteps that never came. You sit on the edge of the raised platform and let the case slip from your back. Your shoulders sigh in relief, though you do not. Outside, the rain picks up again. Not heavy, but present. Always present. You watch it blur the windows, streaking the world into softer shapes. The cold reaches your knees, then your spine, then the back of your neck. You pull your hood tighter and listen. Somewhere in the mist, a sound stirs. Not footsteps, not voice, just presence. You do not move. It doesn't ask you to. You share the moment in silence. Two absences passing through the same air, leaving no mark. And then it fades. You rise. You lift the case back onto your shoulders. It nestles there as if it never left. The door slides open at your approach, not with a hiss, but with a sigh. You step into the rain again, and the rain steps into you, not falling, just being, like memory, like breath, like time. Somewhere far away, a spark crackles, and the rain keeps falling, soft, unending, impossibly old. The rain has lightened, but not ended. It never really ends. It only changes its shape, thins into mist, or thickens into sorrow. You walk again, not because there is urgency, but because the stillness behind you feels heavier than the path ahead. The shelter's door eases itself closed with a sigh that almost sounds like regret, and you step forward into the morning that doesn't glow, only grays. Each footfall into the wet dirt is a question left unanswered, sinking slightly into the past before you can carry it forward. The burden on your back hums faintly, not with sound, but with presence. A structured silence wrapped in straps and metal. Its weight is not unbearable, but undeniable, as if every item inside it remembers something about the hands that placed it there. You do not look behind you. The world behind has already faded into hush, and the world ahead offers only more of the same. The geography of isolation, marked not by roads, but by weariness. The road, if it was ever a road, is now more suggestion than structure. A path walked enough to leave memories, but not direction. The only map that matters is the way the earth curves under your steps. The first terminal rises in the distance like a promise you've stopped believing in. A slender column, blinking faintly, its light diffused by mist. You approach with the reverence of someone who has come too far to hope, but not far enough to stop. The screen greets you, not warmly, not even directly, just with text. Plain, impersonal, necessary. You place the package down and scan it through, watching the bars fill with color that doesn't feel celebratory. Your name appears, then disappears. The voice that responds is calm, too calm, the kind of calm that never belonged to a human throat. It thanks you in the way a machine thanks, efficiently, with no weight. There is no one here. There hasn't been for a long time. You stand there for a while, longer than necessary, watching your reflection faintly ripple in the screen, broken by droplets, warped by age. You could say something. But the silence answers for you, sliding in through the cracks, making itself at home. You retrieve the case, tighten your straps, and continue. The terminal doesn't say goodbye. It never does. Around you, the landscape shifts with slow confidence. Hills begin to rise, worn and pitted, like the backs of ancient hands. Rusted rebar protrudes from the earth in uncertain patterns, reaching skyward like the bones of unfinished buildings. Somewhere nearby, a flag flaps once, then falls still. There is no wind, only movement made by memory. The fog thickens in places, thins in others, never quite retreating. It clings to the world as if it doesn't want to leave it behind. Your boots begin to sink a little deeper. The soil here is looser, darker, as if soaked in stories too long untold. You tread more carefully, not because you fear sinking, but because you understand what's beneath the surface might still be listening. In the distance, something stirs. Not loudly, not directly, just the faint impression of motion against mist. You pause. You don't feel fear exactly, just awareness, like standing in a room someone just left. The air has changed. The pressure is different. Your breath grows more deliberate, more quiet. But your feet don't stop. Ahead, you see another outpost, smaller, more worn, its lights flickering in uncertain rhythm. As you approach, you notice that the outer shell is cracked, revealing wires that pulse faintly with blue light. The panel still functions somehow. You kneel to place the next delivery, and the machine hums as it processes your presence, as if recognizing something more than your ID. The voice that responds is softer this time, still synthetic, but slower, more measured. It says your name again, as if trying it on for the first time in a long time. You almost speak in reply, but you don't. You notice the small shelf nearby, inside the open frame of what once might have been a break room. A mug, turned upside down. A photograph in a warped frame, face worn blank by time. A chair, missing one leg, propped against the wall in resignation. You rest your hand on the edge of the shelf and feel the cold through your glove. It isn't comforting, but it is real. You leave behind another package. This one isn't on the manifest. Something small, a charm. A folded note, written months ago. You don't remember what it says anymore, but you remember why you wrote it. You step away without waiting for confirmation. The door clicks softly behind you, even though it was never really open. The path continues, winding now. Gravel gives way to stone, and the terrain begins to challenge your balance. You lean forward slightly, the pack adjusting its grip on your spine like a quiet companion. Your breath grows shorter, not from strain, but from the elevation. Fog moves with you, wrapping around your ankles like cold hands, curious about your purpose. Somewhere beneath your boot, a bone cracks. Thin, brittle, probably animal, but you don't look down. The sound echoes longer than it should, as though it woke something under the dirt. You keep walking, slower now, more deliberate. Ahead, a tunnel opens like a mouth, carved into the rock and left to wonder what it was guarding. You step into it, and the temperature shifts immediately. Cooler, closer. The echo of your footsteps feels too fast, as if hurrying ahead of you to warn something deeper within. The light is dim here, not gone, just distant. Faint LED strips cling to the edges of the wall, pulsing with energy drawn from systems older than memory. The tunnel hums softly, alive but tired. A panel on the side flickers as you pass, your presence registered but not invited. There are no doors, just thresholds. You move from shadow to deeper shadow, your breath clouding briefly before vanishing. The only color comes from your equipment, blinking in soft blue intervals. You follow the blinking. Not because it leads you somewhere, but because it reminds you you're not lost. You emerge on the other side into light so pale it feels invented. The fog lifts slightly, and for a moment the sky appears, not blue, but pale gray, like paper that's been held too long in warm hands. You blink and think of stories. Not yours, someone else's. You wonder how long it's been since anyone told a story aloud, the kind that doesn't need explanation, the kind that just unfolds. Below, scattered structures dot the landscape like tombstones, but no names are etched on them. Just symbols. You don't stop. The case on your back shifts with each step, redistributing its balance like a breath adjusting in sleep. You remember the map. The next stop is close. Not close in distance, but close in rhythm. The way your legs fall into pace. The way your heart knows the approach before your eyes confirm it. The outpost is buried partly in rock, as if the mountain decided to reclaim it mid-construction. The door functions barely, shuddering open like lungs that haven't drawn air in years. Inside, dust sparkles in shafts of light from cracks in the ceiling. The console hums, still alive. You kneel again, offering the delivery. The scan is slow, as if the system is savoring the presence of something real. A voice crackles through, distorted, faintly human. They thank you, not with joy, with relief. You linger, just for a breath. A few heartbeats stretched long, then you rise. Outside, the fog is lifting just enough to see the outlines of mountains far ahead. Not invitations, but challenges. You check your gear, adjust your straps. The silence around you thickens again, but not like before. This silence carries something. Not loneliness, not quite. Something more like waiting. The case presses gently against your back, a reminder that you still have more to carry. More silence to deliver. More names not spoken aloud. You begin walking again, your footsteps fading into the hush of mist as a birdless sky presses softly down. Behind you, the outpost door closes with a sound like breath, leaving a room. And far ahead, something flickers, just once, before disappearing back into fog. The flicker vanishes into fog, and you are left with the trail again. Wide enough for your feet, narrow enough to remind you that even walking forward is a kind of choosing. The rain has stopped pretending to be subtle. Now it falls with more insistence, more weight, as if something in the sky above has grown impatient with the world's quiet decay and has decided to press its palm against the ground a little harder. You pull your collar higher. The coat holds, mostly. You are not alone. Not exactly. There is something on your back now, something more than parcels, more than tools, more than the usual quiet burdens you have carried from one door to another. You feel it in the way the straps press differently into your shoulders, not tighter, just heavier in a way that isn't physical. This is not cargo. This is something that used to be someone, now wrapped, sealed, marked, and waiting to be taken somewhere it can become less dangerous to the living. The body is still. Your thoughts are not. You remember the call, not the words, but the sound of them. The tremble beneath the professionalism, the barely hidden urgency. A request. No, an assignment. Carry the remains. Get them to the incinerator before... before the before catches up to the now. You didn't ask who it was. You didn't need to. Everyone is someone. Everyone was once someone more. That's enough. Names cling too hard to things that are already fading. You adjust the straps. Not because they need it, but because you do. The incline rises ahead, and the path begins to lose its shape. Gravel gives way to dirt, and dirt to mud, and the mud does not welcome you. Each step is a negotiation. The corpse shifts subtly with your movement. A redistribution of weight, or maybe a sigh. You can't tell. You don't want to. The world around you narrows. Trees stretch tall and silent, their leaves dripping softly, like they're trying not to disturb the moment. The forest has its own hush. Not the emptiness of the plains, but a full kind of silence, like breath held in reverence. The rain taps steadily on the plastic sheeting wrapped around the body, a quiet rhythm against the synthetic barrier. You feel it through your spine. Not the sound, the weight. The question of what this person saw, last, thought last, wished last. Whether they expected to be carried, whether they would have chosen this path if given the chance. The corpse is light in some ways, no resistance, no protest. But in other ways it feels like dragging memory uphill. You pass a rusted vehicle half swallowed by moss. Its doors are missing, the windshield cracked into a spiderweb of time. You glance at it and keep walking. The dead do not belong there. The dead do not belong anywhere, really. That's the problem. The world has forgotten what to do with grief that doesn't rot quickly enough. You pause to catch your breath, though you won't call it that. The corpse settles against your back with a soft thump, like a reminder. Ahead, the fog thickens. Your scanner pulses gently, searching for signs of presence, of passage, of danger. It finds none, or rather, it finds too little to trust. The terrain here doesn't echo back. It just receives. You move again, slower now, not from fatigue, but from awareness. Something about the trees feels different here. Not wrong, just closer than they should be. Their trunks curve subtly, as though listening, as though turning toward something just out of your line of sight. You avoid looking directly into the spaces between them. Some places aren't meant to be searched. A bridge appears, not built, grown perhaps. Two fallen logs bound by time and rot, stretching over a shallow ravine filled with mist. You test it before stepping on. It groans under your weight, but holds. The corpse does not complain. It never does. You cross slowly, your boots slipping once, catching just in time. Your breath hitches, and for a moment, you imagine the entire thing. You, the weight, the body, the bridge, tumbling down into a hollow that doesn't echo. But you don't fall. Not today. On the other side, the path narrows further, cut into the hillside like a wound. Stones shift underfoot, and you steady yourself with a gloved hand against cold rock. The rain has eased again, thinning to a fine mist. You feel it cling to your eyelashes. Your hood drips in a slow rhythm, and the corpse continues to ride along in silence, as if waiting to be forgiven for dying in a world that can no longer afford the time. You reach a plateau at last, a broad shelf of rock overlooking a valley below. You pause, not because you want to, but because the space insists. The view is wide, endless almost, but you don't see beauty. Not really. You see distance. So much distance between things that used to be close. So much space between voices, between hands, between goodbyes. The incinerator is somewhere out there, tucked into the base of a mountain, its chimneys like raised fingers in a silence that never quite settles. You begin your descent. The trail down is treacherous, slick with moss and crumbling edges. You lean forward, letting gravity do some of the work, controlling the slide with your heels. The corpse presses harder against your back now, its presence undeniable, not aggressive, just insistent, as if it too knows that time is shortening, that even death is on a timer here. You reach a flat patch. Stones arranged in rough circles by someone long ago. A rest stop. Or a shrine. You don't sit, but you stand there a moment longer than you need to. The wind stirs slightly, just enough to lift the edges of the corpse wrap. It flutters once, then settles. You move on. At last, the silhouette appears. The incinerator, hunched into the side of the cliff, metal skin streaked with age and ash. You approach with the measured pace of someone who has seen too much of this. The door greets you with a hiss, reluctant but automatic. Inside, the air is dry, humming with low mechanical rhythm. You step into the chamber and set the corpse down gently, almost reverently, onto the platform. The platform adjusts, lifting slightly, scanning. A soft tone confirms the process. You step back. The machinery begins to move. There is no ceremony, no eulogy, no candles or prayers or names whispered into the air. Just light. Orange at first, then brighter, then white. Heat blooms, but doesn't touch you. The body disappears slowly, becoming something between smoke and memory. You do not look away. You never do. When it is done, the chamber dims. The platform lowers. The silence remains, not empty, just full in a different way. You step outside again, blinking into the mist. The world is no different. The rain begins to fall once more, as if it had only paused to watch. You shoulder your pack, lighter now, but not light, and you walk. The path behind you vanishes in fog, and the sky blinks uncertainly through the clouds. Somewhere in the distance something breathes, not loud, not near, but present, and the wind carries it forward, like the last whisper of someone almost remembered. The rain doesn't let up, but it changes. It grows quieter, finer, like the sound of static lowered to a whisper. It no longer touches you so much as surrounds you, a mist that clings instead of falls, a veil instead of weather. The trail ahead disappears into it, lost beyond the curve of your own breath. The earth underfoot remains soft, sponge-like, as if it too is waiting for permission to settle. And behind you, the incinerator's chimney exhales one final sigh, a breath held too long finally released to the windless air. You do not look back. There is no need. The fire has done its work. You are lighter, but not unburdened. The world narrows as you walk. Trees crowd closer, not hostile, just near. The way people stand shoulder to shoulder in a room without speaking. Their branches arch overhead, drooping under the weight of the sky, dripping a slow rhythm into the underbrush. Leaves hang limp, their edges softened by moisture, their movements barely perceptible. No birds, no insects, not even the distant flap of wings. It's not that everything has died, it's that everything has paused. Your boots make no sound on the moss-covered path. Even your breathing seems unwilling to disturb the silence. You try not to notice it at first, but eventually, the absence becomes its own presence. The way the forest doesn't answer your passage, doesn't respond to the crack of a twig or the shift of your gear, as if the entire place has turned inward, waiting, not for you, for something. You reach a clearing, not wide, not open, just a space where the trees pull back slightly, as though even they need distance. The fog here thickens into layers, rolling slowly between trunks, hovering just above the soil in soft curls. You step into it and feel the shift, not in temperature, but in tone. The air hums differently, the kind of hum you feel in your teeth more than your ears, a frequency that doesn't announce itself, just arrives, and settles. Your scanner clicks once, then stops. Its pulse, once rhythmic and steady, now stutters. You lift your hand slowly, watching the arc flicker on the screen. A soft beep, then another, then silence. You lower your hand. Whatever's here, it's not close, but it's not far either. You take another step, and the world holds its breath. It's subtle at first, a pressure shift, like walking into a room just as someone leaves. The mist parts slightly, then reforms. Shapes move at the edges of vision, not solid, not defined, like shadows drifting in smoke. One hovers midair, motionless. You can't tell its size. It doesn't sway, it doesn't breathe. It simply hangs, suspended in stillness. Then another, and another. Not approaching, not avoiding. Just being, watching without eyes. You lower your stance without thinking, a primal reflex learned from places you've never been. Your body shrinks inward, breath slows, fingers curl slightly at your sides. The air thickens. It doesn't push against you. It surrounds. The fog moves around your limbs like silk. Cold. Wet. A whisper in fabric. Even your heartbeat feels muffled now, dulled beneath layers of silence. You try to swallow. The sound is too loud. Your boot slips slightly on a patch of slick stone, and the noise echoes louder than it should. One of the shapes turns. Not turns, drifts, as if noticing you, as if naming you without a voice. It remains above the ground, tethered by nothing, moving without effort. It glides through the fog, slow and serene, as if swimming in air. You do not run. You do not breathe. Your BB stirs. The capsule strapped to your chest vibrates faintly. A single orange light blinks to life within. The liquid ripples. You glance down. The child inside doesn't cry. It stares, wide-eyed, silent, not afraid, just aware. You press your hand gently against the surface of the tank. Your glove meets glass, and you feel the hum pass through your palm. The BB steadies. For now. Ahead, the path curves slightly to the left. You step toward it, carefully, deliberately, each movement measured. Your scanner's prongs twitch open, flicker, then fall still. The arc of detection reappears in faint pulses like sonar echoing through velvet. A silhouette looms across your path, not a figure, not human, just density, denser than fog, denser than air. It twitches once like an afterthought. You wait. It drifts upward, vanishing into the canopy. You move forward again, inch by inch. Underfoot, the soil begins to shift. Not sink, just change. More sponge than earth. Your boots press down and don't rebound. The ground holds you a second too long with each step, like it's deciding whether to let you go. You adjust your balance, lean forward, let gravity do less of the work. Your hands stay out slightly, like wings kept low. The body remembers what the mind is too slow to say. Caution is not fear. It is knowledge that danger doesn't need to roar. A branch snaps high above, distant and sharp. You freeze. No follow-up. No sound of fall. Just the snap, preserved in fog like a record that never finishes its song. The shapes continue their drift. None react. But you feel the difference now. They are not many. They are close. And they are aware. You find a rock wall to your right, slick with moss, and slide along it, letting the stone guide your path. Water drips from a crack above, cold against the back of your neck. You do not flinch. You let it trace a line down your spine, a reminder that you are still here, still real, still walking. The BB blinks again. A faint sound, not a cry, but the beginning of one, rises, then dies before it reaches its shape. You hush it without speaking. You tilt your body to shelter it slightly from the rain, from the cold, from what neither of you can name. You do not know what it sees, only that it sees more than you do. The fog lightens, slightly. The trees begin to part, not as a clearing, but as a corridor, a narrow trail between trunks, less traveled, but not abandoned. The scanner flickers back to life with more regular rhythm, still hesitant, still cautious, but it blinks in patterns now, instead of pulses. You follow its guidance with quiet trust. You emerge into a low ravine, its banks thick with vines and stone. A river once flowed here. You can see its ghost in the shape of the rocks, smoothed into weary curves. Now it holds only puddles, rainwater gathered in pockets, stirred by the occasional droplet from above. You cross slowly, your boots slipping once, catching on a buried root. The corpse is gone, but the sensation of weight remains. You pause at the center, not because of danger, but because of quiet. The presences are gone now, or farther, or hiding. The scanner is still. The fog has lifted slightly. You let yourself breathe again, a full breath through your mouth, damp and cold and sharp. Somewhere behind you, a twig snaps again, farther this time. You do not turn. You begin to climb the far slope, hands brushing against stone, knees aching with effort. The weight of earlier remains in your shoulders, but your legs obey. The trees thin, the sky opens, and light, true light, breaks through, pale and indirect, but honest. At the summit, you find an old watchtower, collapsed, rotted, skeletal, a remnant of watching things long gone. You sit beside its base, just for a moment. The BB's light dims, returning to rest. The scanner folds itself away. The world begins to breathe again. And somewhere beyond the hills, a single raindrop falls into a puddle, echoing outward in perfect circles, until it fades. The raindrop echoes into silence, and the stillness that follows does not rush to fill the space. You stand slowly, boots brushing loose stone, the weight of movement returning like memory to your limbs. The BB has gone quiet again, light fading to a soft pulse against your chest. The scanner remains dormant, folded away like something recently soothed. You begin to walk once more, tracing the curve of the hillside, following a trail that has been worn not by traffic, but by quiet persistence, the kind of erosion only loneliness can make. The fog has thinned, not vanished. It trails behind trees and stones like breath in cold air, not hiding, just lingering. Light slips through the gaps in the canopy now, not in beams, but in suggestion. A glow diffused across branches, scattered across lichen-covered boulders. The path curves inward, hugging a cliff's edge. You follow it without hesitation, but not without care. Each footstep tests the ground. Each shift in weight is calculated by muscle memory and years of uneven terrain. Below, the land falls away sharply. You don't look down. You've already learned that the drop is never what makes you fall. It's the thought of it. After some time, an hour maybe, or just the stretch between one breath and the next, you come upon the edge of a gorge. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't yawn open. It simply is, and has been, and likely always will be. Wide, quiet, marked with erosion and time. The water below doesn't move quickly, but it moves steadily. Gray with sediment, frothing against stone in patterns that feel practiced, not frantic. A river, still alive, but tired, and across it, the bridge. Metal ribs arch out from the banks, pale with rust, some panels missing, others clinging to the frame by sheer stubbornness. It was never grand, just functional, the kind of construction that was never meant to impress, only endure. A straight line over a restless thing, a gesture, a promise. You step closer, the gravel beneath your boots giving way to old concrete. The air smells of wet metal and old moss. You let it fill your lungs. It smells like crossing. You place one foot on the edge of the bridge and pause. Not because of doubt, because of ritual. Every crossing asks something. A question you don't need to answer aloud. A wordless understanding between one side and the other. You shift your weight and step forward. The bridge groans underfoot, but holds. Your pace is slow, not cautious, reverent. Beneath you, the river murmurs. Its voice is low, steady, half asleep. You do not speak back. You let it talk. It speaks in splashes against concrete supports, in bubbles breaking near stones, in eddies that twist in place like thoughts that never leave. You cross above it like someone intruding gently on a conversation. The BB pulses once, a soft amber flicker. You press your palm to the pod and feel the faintest vibration beneath the surface, still calm. Halfway across, the fog returns, not thick, but enough to blur the far side. It feels right. Bridges are not meant to show you where you're going, only that you are going, that there's something beyond. You keep walking, the metal creaking in a rhythm that almost matches your steps. Almost. Never quite. Like a song you remember just enough to hum. The far edge comes into view. Bent railings, mossy slabs. A single sign, half collapsed, unreadable. You step onto solid ground again, the transition seamless but felt, the shift in echo, in weight, in grounding. The bridge behind you does not disappear. But it stops mattering. You have crossed. That's enough. The trail narrows again, lined with old pylons tangled in overgrowth. Some wires still stretch between them, sagging like tired arms. They hum faintly when the wind rises. Not power, just memory of power. The hum of something that used to matter. You pass them in silence, respectfully. Further ahead you spot a shelter. Not an outpost, not a facility. Just a dome-like shape tucked into the hillside, half swallowed by earth and time. You approach slowly. Scanner out, letting it chirp quietly at the edges of the fog. No response. No danger. Just solitude. The door doesn't open, but you don't expect it to. A delivery bin sits out front, sealed and intact. You place a package into it, the motion familiar now, ritualistic. A slow exhale as the system recognizes you, a flicker of light. A voice crackling to life over static. Filtered, distorted, oddly gentle. A thank you without warmth, but not without meaning. You nod, though no one sees it. You retrieve what little supplies it offers in return. A ration pack, a battery cell, and continue on. The path climbs again. You feel the incline in your knees first, then your back. Your hands find straps to adjust, shift, balance. The BB stirs once more. You glance down. The pod reflects the sky, pale, mottled, indifferent. You speak without speaking. It understands. Or maybe it doesn't. It doesn't seem to matter. You crest a ridge and see the next bridge, smaller, narrower. A footbridge, its boards swollen with rain, its ropes frayed but intact. It sways slightly in the wind, beckoning without urgency. Below it, a ravine filled with mist, no water visible. Just depth. Just space. You do not hesitate. Your boots find their rhythm, and the sway becomes part of your movement. Each plank creaks individually, a voice in a chorus of old things doing their best. You feel the wood underfoot, not stable, but willing. The ropes hum in the breeze, the wind slipping through frayed fibers and soft cords. The BB's light stays steady. Halfway across, you stop, not for fear, for quiet. The mist below doesn't part, but it shifts slightly, a slow ripple, like breath. You think briefly of the person who built this, not their name, just their hands, the way they tied knots, placed boards, tested tension. You stand there, in their memory, without needing to know more. Then you cross. The day grows older, not darker, just deeper. The light now has weight, draping itself across stones and tree trunks like a blanket near dusk. The wind no longer speaks. It listens. You feel it in your ears. A pressure shift, a presence, a hush. The land dips. You descend into a low basin, ringed with trees bent inward. Water gathers here, not deep, just enough to coat the ground in reflection. You wade through slowly, each step a ripple. The sky bends on the surface beneath you. The world above and below briefly mirror one another. You keep your eyes down, not in fear, but in fascination. Your steps disturb constellations, each droplet a falling star. On the far side, another bridge, short, cracked, barely worthy of the name, just a slab of stone over a ditch filled with runoff. You step onto it anyway. You cross it anyway, because every bridge means something, even if no one's left to explain what. The light begins to fade now, the edges of the world softening. Trees lose their detail. Rocks lose their sharpness. You check your map, not for direction, but for reassurance. The next terminal isn't far. A soft ping confirms what your body already knew. The day is almost done. You crest one last ridge and the land opens again. The horizon glows faintly with reflected cloud light. In the distance, the faint outline of another structure. Distant, dim, waiting. You pause, standing still as the wind returns, brushing past you like someone's breath in sleep. The BB pulses once, slow and even. You rest your hand against it. The scanner chirps softly, then falls silent. And somewhere behind you, across miles of mist and steel and water, the bridges remain, stretched across quiet spaces, holding nothing but the memory of footsteps. The bridge fades behind you like a thought that once mattered, not forgotten, just softened, the way most things do when your boots have carried you far enough past them. The earth ahead feels different, though it looks the same. The soil is damp and forgiving, stones scattered like teeth in an open jaw, and still the fog curls gently around your knees like a question never asked. You don't walk faster. You don't slow down. You keep to the rhythm that has always been yours. Steady, deliberate, without drama. But even so, something in your chest feels watched, not threatened, just noticed. The BB is quiet at first, nestled against your front like a lantern dimmed but not out. Its container rocks slightly with each movement, a soft sloshing of synthetic fluid tracing circles around the floating figure inside. You glance down, almost without thinking. The pod's soft amber light pulses once, then again, as if keeping time with something deeper than your footsteps. You press your hand gently to the curved glass, a gesture you've repeated often, though it never feels routine. The warmth that meets your glove is faint, but real. And on the other side, the baby blinks. Its eyes do not blink the way adult eyes do. There's no impatience, no flicker of thought, just slow motion, as if blinking is not a reaction, but a way of seeing twice. Once with light, once with something else. You can't tell if it sees you, but you know it knows you. The same way the wind knows your shape, or the rain learns your scent. The scanner on your shoulder stirs to life without warning. A brief tremor, one delicate mechanical arm twitching open, then retracting, unsure. You stop walking, not in panic, but in respect. You lower your stance slightly. The BB doesn't cry, but it turns. Its face moves towards something not in your line of sight, something above, or below, or not here at all. The silence around you is still complete, but it's changed. It feels layered now, like a wall that's hollow in places. You hear the faintest whir of the scanner again, a click, then a pulse, and suddenly, the pod lights up, and so does the world. Not with vision, with presence. The air no longer feels empty. It feels shared. You look around, but nothing reveals itself. Still, you feel it. The pressure of eyes that don't belong to faces. The hush of bodies not weighed by gravity. A shape begins to form at the corner of your perception, suspended, still, and impossible to understand. The BB's breathing shifts, not fear, not even alarm, just focus. And somehow that calms you. You remember the first time this happened. Not the exact place or the time of day. Just the feeling of holding something so fragile it should be protected and realizing it was protecting you. The reversal of instinct, the surrender of control, the trust placed in something too small to choose it. You hadn't wanted it, not at first. But now, as the scanner's prongs fan out once more and the BB's heartbeat pulses steady in your ears, you find yourself leaning into the bond without needing a reason. You move again, slower this time. Each footstep pressed gently into earth, each movement coordinated with your breath, with the pod's warmth, with the unspoken choreography of a world held together by caution. The shapes above don't follow, but they float. Not like birds or leaves or anything you've known. They hover with intention, still, watching, waiting. The BB's light flickers, then fades back to its resting glow. You feel it retreat, just slightly, into stillness. The scanner winds down, folding in on itself with a quiet purr. The moment has passed. Nothing touches you, but something brushed near, like a memory grazing your shoulder. You walk until the trail levels out and find a stone outcrop wide enough to sit. You lower yourself onto it with a soft grunt, easing the weight from your back. You unsling the pack, let it rest against the rock, but you keep the BB close. You always do. The pod's surface is streaked with condensation. You rub it clean with your glove. Inside, the baby floats in its gentle amber cocoon, eyes closed now, or pretending to be. You watch it, not for information, but for company. There's a stillness to it that feels more alive than motion. The kind of stillness that holds meaning, like a candle in a window, like the pause before a name is spoken. A soft beep breaks the quiet. A message, not urgent. Just a transmission, text only, no voice attached. An update, a name, a location, another delivery, another someone waiting behind another locked door. You exhale, not disappointment, not relief. Just air moving through a tired body. You press the pod gently to your chest. The BB stirs again, still listening. You rise. The next leg of the journey is uneventful in the way that fog is uneventful. Always present, always moving, but never changing fast enough to notice. You cross two ridgelines, your knees sore from the descent. A shallow riverbed cuts through your path. You wade through it, water up to your ankles, cool and quick. The BB remains dry, cradled against you. You feel its warmth through your suit. A heartbeat in a machine, a human in a jar. And yet somehow, more familiar than most of the people you've delivered to. You wonder what it sees, not in the world, in you. You reach the next terminal as the clouds begin to thin, not break, just drift higher. The light returns, faint and diffused. The outpost ahead is built into the side of a bluff, its front sealed tight except for the drop box that recognizes you before you speak. The delivery is simple. You scan the package. The door chirps once, twice, then opens halfway before pausing. The voice that greets you is polite but distracted, thanking you with all the enthusiasm of someone who no longer remembers how gratitude is supposed to sound. You nod. The BB stirs again, a slow, drifting movement within the pod. You feel its attention shift, toward the voice, toward the space behind the voice. You do not ask questions. You leave without lingering. The path winds east now, through a stretch of land that hasn't been traveled in some time. Broken pylons rise like ribs from the dirt. Power lines sag, disconnected from anything meaningful. A billboard lies on its face, half sunk into mud, the text erased by rain and time. You step around it. You do not look back. The BB's heartbeat quickens once, then slows. Its rhythm has become part of your own. Sometimes you feel it before it moves. Other times, it moves before you realize you need it to. It isn't guidance, exactly. More like intuition made visible. A part of you that you're allowed to see, encased, preserved, protected. And sometimes, you think it dreams. You've seen it happen. Its fingers twitch. Its eyes roll behind closed lids. The scanner responds. Shapes appear. Brief flickers of something too complex to be fear. You've learned not to interfere. You simply watch. And when it stirs, when it opens its eyes and looks through the pod, past you, into the air itself, you let it. It always knows something you don't. Something you're not meant to. You cross a stretch of open ground where the sky stretches wider than you remembered. You slow your pace. You look up. The clouds move with slow urgency, like blankets being pulled across sleeping bodies. A low rumble rolls across the hills, too soft to be thunder, too slow to be mechanical. The BB doesn't move. It listens. You do the same. The ground changes again. Stone becomes ash. Grass gives way to gray soil flecked with charcoal streaks. The air smells of something burnt long ago. Not smoke, just the memory of it. You walk quieter now. The BB flickers softly, its pod glowing faint against your chest, a light in a world that doesn't make promises. You find a half-buried structure near a hillside, not a shelter, a ruin, the bones of a station perhaps, panels still intact, glass long shattered, a cot, a chair, a terminal screen cracked into static. You stand beside the doorway but don't enter. The BB turns its face toward the ruin. Its tiny hand lifts, just slightly, against the curve of the pod, as if reaching, as if remembering something it never saw. You press your palm gently to the surface. A slow breath, a soft hum. You do not speak, but it hears you. And when the wind rises again, carrying with it the scent of rust and forgotten names, the BB closes its eyes once more. You walk on, and behind you, the wind carries the faintest echo of a heartbeat, steady, soft, and impossibly old. The wind doesn't follow you. It simply watches you leave, trailing the weight of silence behind your footsteps like mist dragged through tall grass. The hills rise softly now, curved not by erosion, but by the patience of time. You walk along the spine of the ridge as if tracing the outline of something long buried beneath the soil. Not bones, not ruins, but something heavier. Something remembered without ever having been known. The BB has gone quiet. Its pod rests lightly against your chest, but the quiet is not sleep. It's a hush, a held breath, a closed eye that still sees from the inside. The road doesn't curve so much as lean. You follow it with a gait that has become habitual, not purposeful, each step driven less by destination and more by continuity. Keep going, not because you must, but because you are already in motion. The terrain here feels older than the others, older than the footprints that sink into its damp skin, older than the stories whispered in outposts and bunkers behind locked steel. The scanner twitches but doesn't unfold. There's nothing nearby. Or maybe there's everything, too layered to be distinguished. The air has a thickness to it, not weight, not scent, but density, like breathing through memory. And just as you begin to wonder if the fog is growing heavier again, you feel it. A shift. Not in the world, but in the BB. The pod pulses once, gently. Your breath catches, not in fear, but in instinct. You glance down and see it. Not motion exactly, but stirring. A ripple across the liquid. A soft curl of the baby's fingers, the twitch of a tiny foot. And then the flicker. The light inside the pod dims and warms, casting long amber reflections across your chest plate. You stop walking. You listen. Inside the pod, the BB's eyelids flutter, not open, not closed. A third state, the in-between, where dreams begin. The scanner remains still, but something behind your eyes begins to throb. You take a knee. The terrain here dips, forming a shallow cradle between hills. You sit down slowly, removing the pack from your back, placing it carefully to the side. You remain upright, but your body surrenders to gravity, to stillness, to the odd sensation that the BB is about to show you something. You press your hand against the pod. The warmth meets your glove, softer than it has any right to be. The BB's face turns toward you, eyelids now fully closed. Its mouth parts just slightly, and then the world begins to slide. It doesn't shatter, doesn't blur, just tilts, as if something beneath your feet shifted imperceptibly, turning the horizon by a single degree. You remain still, but the world bends. The sky grows paler, then darker, then elsewhere. You don't close your eyes, but you're no longer seeing with them. It begins with a drip, water or blood or time. You're not sure. It hits the ground with a muted splash, then another, then more. Your breath slows. You're not cold, but your skin tightens as if the air around you has turned unfamiliar. Shapes drift at the corners of your awareness, figures half-formed, suspended in shadows. A heartbeat not your own begins to pound, faint but growing, rhythmic, repetitive. It feels like it's inside your skull. You're no longer in the valley. You're not in the forest. You're not even with yourself. You're inside it, inside the jar. The world flashes. It is not a battlefield, not exactly. It's something remembered by someone who never had the words for it. Broken metal, smeared dirt, lights that pulse like dying stars. You feel yourself crouching behind something, not out of fear, but because that's what you did before you could think. You don't feel your body, but you feel its tension, as if muscles you've never used are screaming to stay still. Footsteps in the mud, not yours. A voice, too distant to understand, too sharp to forget. The BB stirs in your arms again, only now it's not a pod, not a weight. It's you, or something near enough to you that the difference doesn't matter. You feel the jar from the inside, liquid pressing gently against your ears. Sounds muffled. The thud of someone running. The distant thunder of something mechanical and furious, a flash of fire, and then a hand. Pressed flat against the glass from the outside, fingers splayed. Too large, too slow. A man's face behind it, distorted by liquid and fear. His eyes wide, his mouth moving. Words you can't hear, but know. Desperate, protective, final. You wake, not from sleep, but from the dream you never meant to borrow. The BB jerks once inside the pod, then settles. The scanner on your shoulder chirps softly, once as if checking in. You exhale. The fog has thickened while you were still. The sun has shifted. The hills cast longer shadows. But you're still in the same place, the same world, just changed, only slightly. You stand, not suddenly, carefully. The BB blinks slowly, eyes adjusting to the outside again. You cradle the pod with both hands. You say nothing, but you feel the apology in your chest, unspoken and real. You sling the pack onto your back. The straps groan in quiet protest. You begin walking again. The landscape ahead is unchanged, but the silence feels heavier now, not oppressive, filled, like a room after someone has left, but their breath still lingers. Your footsteps find the path again. The BB remains calm. You adjust your pace to its breathing. The scanner twitches once more, half-heartedly. You flick it off. It has nothing to tell you that the BB hasn't already shared. Another ridge, another wind, another scatter of ruined cables along the ground, like veins pulled from a sleeping machine. You step over them. You follow the horizon. You trust the path. And behind your ribs, deeper than muscle, softer than breath, something remembers what it saw inside the jar and chooses not to tell you yet. You walk slower now, but not for the usual reasons, not from weight or weariness, but from reverence, for the strange flicker of knowing that moved through you like a ripple across still water, for the feeling of being carried in a dream not meant for you and waking without falling. The BB sleeps, not like a baby, but like something that knows sleep, that chooses it, that drifts toward it willingly. You watch the pod's light dim and shift to a slow pulse. You match your breath to it, and as the sky leans slightly into dusk, you pass beneath a rusted sign that no longer has words, only color, faded by weather and distance. You don't stop, and the dream doesn't end. It just blinks once more, deep in the jar, and waits. The dream doesn't end when your eyes open. It just retreats quietly, like mist folding into shadow. You keep walking, not toward something, but through. Your boots press softly into wet earth, and the world around you feels padded, not muted, not deadened, but cushioned by time. The fog drapes low over the hills, clinging to the ankles of distant slopes, trailing through tufts of wind-scattered grass and the hushed skeletons of long-felled pylons. The scanner rests dormant at your shoulder, its arms folded like a sleeping bird. The BB pulses quietly, its pod softly glowing with the kind of warmth that does not demand attention, only earns it. The path ahead isn't marked, but your body follows it anyway, You've learned to listen to the rhythm of the terrain, the slight dips where others have walked before, the subtle indentations that know the shape of footsteps, the gentle lean of a slope that guides the eye if not the compass. Your gear shifts against your back with each breath, every buckle and strap humming its own tired tune. And beneath it all, the soft shk of soles through wet gravel, steady, slow, as though you're sweeping a lullaby into the ground. Then, somewhere between one step and the next, the world changes. Not loudly, not immediately, just a sound. Faint at first, so faint that you almost think it's inside your head, a trick of blood rushing behind your ears, the memory of a song from long ago, half remembered and reassembled by silence. But no, it's coming from somewhere beyond the fog, just ahead, just around the bend of a wind-worn hill. A melody, real, or real enough to follow. You stop walking, and the absence that fills the space where your footsteps had been is startling. The music is barely louder now, but clearer. Not words, not voices. Just slow chords. A guitar, maybe. Notes strung like lanterns across a gray sky. The kind of song that isn't made to be heard so much as felt. The kind that would play in a room you never leave, long after everyone else has gone. You step forward, softer this time, as though the sound might break if you approach too quickly. The BB stirs, the faintest ripple moving through the pod. You glance down and see its tiny hand drifting in the fluid, reaching for nothing, or maybe for everything. The music grows, not in volume, but in shape. It stretches through the air, filling the open space like a scent. It doesn't come from a speaker, or a building. It simply is. You crest a small ridge and see it. The landscape unrolls into a wide basin below, ringed with scattered rocks and skeletal shrubs. And at its center, nothing. No structures, no transmitters, no signs of origin. Just the music, playing into the wind, as though the world itself had chosen this spot to hum something back to you. You descend into the hollow slowly, footsteps pressing into moss-covered stone and loose patches of earth. The path here has no urgency, no destination. You're not trying to find anything. You're just trying not to lose the moment. Every note folds into the next like a warm breath between frost-bitten hands. The BB watches quietly now, its body relaxed, face turned toward the invisible source. And then, you stop. At the bottom of the basin, near a cluster of worn stones arranged in a shape too irregular to be natural and too deliberate to be chance, you lower your pack and sit. The rocks form a partial circle, perhaps once a fire pit, or a meditation ring, or just the kind of thing someone builds when they've been alone too long. You place the BB in your lap, cupped in your arms like something precious and long forgotten. The pod is warm, steady, a heartbeat echoing faintly beneath your palms. The music continues. You don't recognize the song, but you feel like you've heard it before, in another time, in another life, or maybe in someone else's dream that spilled into yours. The chords are simple, repetitive, but not monotonous. Each loop of the melody builds gently on the last, like waves brushing against a worn shoreline. You imagine hands playing it, not practiced hands, but honest ones. Someone humming along under their breath, a room lit by the kind of orange glow that only shows up in memories. A window cracked open, rain tapping on a tin roof, coffee going cold beside an empty chair. You close your eyes, and for the first time in what might be hours or days or years, the world does not ask anything of you. It just lets you sit. The BB shifts slightly in your arms, one eye blinking open, its gaze soft and distant. You wonder if it hears the music the same way you do, or if it remembers songs from a time before its world was fluid and wires and glass. You wonder if it dreams in harmonies, if it knows lullabies, if it needs them. The wind passes through the basin in a slow arc, lifting the grass in gentle waves, carrying the notes outward until they no longer sound like music, but like the memory of it. You stay like that for a long while, breathing slowly, listening carefully, letting your weight press into the earth and your thoughts drift like leaves into a quiet stream. Somewhere behind the music, the world continues. You can hear it. Faint mechanical rhythms in the far distance, the creak of metal against wind, the rustle of time moving forward. But none of it dares interrupt the song. Not here, not now. Eventually the music begins to fade, not in volume, but in presence, as though it's gently stepping back, making room for silence again. You open your eyes slowly, unsure of how long they've been closed. The BB sleeps now, its breath fogging the inside of the pod with each exhale. You press your palm lightly against the glass, a soft farewell, a grounding touch. You rise. The wind brushes your face like a hand pulling you gently forward. You hoist your pack, buckle the straps, shift your weight. You step out of the basin and back onto the unseen path, your body lighter somehow, though nothing has changed. And the song, it doesn't end. It lingers, in the rhythm of your steps, in the way the fog curls around stone, in the echo of a note that was never recorded, in the warmth of something that might have been meant for you, or not. And far behind you, in the hollow where no one lives, the silence listens and hums along. The silence that followed the music didn't vanish. It settled. It slipped beneath your skin, like warmth that has nothing to do with temperature. A kind of quiet that carries you long after the sound has ended. You've walked miles since the last note, but you still feel its rhythm somewhere in the soft bones of your step. The BB hasn't stirred. The scanner remains still. The sky, for now, stays closed, blanketed in that dull, endless gray that never quite becomes night, never quite allows day. It's in that gray that you see her, a shape at first, moving uphill at a slow, deliberate pace. The path you're on will cross hers whether you want it to or not. Her silhouette is unmistakable, an elegant interruption in the soft churn of mist and ruin. The way she walks is quiet, but with intention. And when she stops, it's not because of you. It's because she always meant to. She stands beneath a twisted metal arch that might once have been part of a road or a station or a promise. Her head tilts slightly, listening to something you cannot hear. She's already holding the umbrella, black, angular, perfectly balanced, though the rain hasn't started. Yet. It feels like the sky is waiting for her. You approach slowly, your steps careful across the cracked asphalt. She doesn't turn, but she knows. The air around her feels aware. Not heavy, not hostile, just full. Her shoulders are covered, but you know what lies beneath. Skin that has remembered heat too well. The remnants of fire pressed into flesh like a map no one asked for. She turns her head halfway, and you see the edge of her face. Pale, tired, still beautiful, but not in a way that needs to be noticed. The BB flickers softly. It recognizes her. Or at least, it knows she has walked where ghosts still linger. You stop beside her. Not too close, just close enough to mean something. She speaks, but her voice doesn't break the quiet. It joins it. Low, taut, woven with something like sorrow, but too sharp to be grief. She doesn't tell you who she is. She doesn't have to. You already know the shape of her shadow. She tells you about the cargo, about the place, about the need, but not about herself, not directly. You hear it in the pauses, the way her breath catches when she says certain words, like bridge or betrayal or before. Her umbrella doesn't spin, it holds, like her, like someone who knows what the rain does to people like her. You ask nothing, but your silence answers. She begins to walk again, and this time you follow. Not behind, not beside, just near. The path winds through the bones of a fallen city. Tall walls covered in moss and wires and regret. Buildings slouching into themselves. graffiti half buried beneath years of ash. She steps lightly, as if each brick has a memory she doesn't want to disturb. You wonder if she hears the city, or if the city hears her. The rain comes suddenly, not all at once, not like a storm, but like a veil dropped over the sky, a shift in the light, a pressure change. You feel it first on your eyelashes, then your shoulders, then in the stitching of your gloves. Fragile doesn't flinch. She simply tilts her umbrella slightly, adjusting the angle like she's done it 1,000 times, and will do it 1,000 more. You don't have one. You don't need one. The rain doesn't care about you, not like it does about her. Her skin beneath the coat remembers every step. You can tell. The way she glances sideways when you walk too close to puddles. The way her fingers curl around the umbrella's grip, like holding it wrong might burn her. She doesn't mention what happened. She doesn't need to. It's written in the way her shadow leans slightly away from the light. The world around you begins to shift. The buildings thin. The road becomes less certain. Patches of earth break through the concrete, covered in brittle grass and shattered glass smoothed by weather. A bird calls somewhere in the distance. It sounds like it's trying to remember its own voice. You reach a ledge where the city falls away. Below, a valley, wide, burnt, charred in lines that stretch like fingers grasping at nothing. She stands there a moment, letting the wind press her coat against her skin, letting the rain choose whether or not it wants to fall. And then she says it. Not loudly, not clearly, just enough for the valley to hear. She tells you about the fire, where it started, how long it took to stop pretending it could be put out, the decision she made, the price, the walking, the running, the skin that sloughed away in layers like bark in heat. She tells you without looking at you, and you listen without looking at her. She doesn't want your sympathy, only your understanding. You descend together. The slope is steep, muddy. Your boots slip more than once, but her feet are steady, as if the earth no longer dares challenge her balance, as if the memory of burning has taught her how to tread carefully. She doesn't reach for you. You don't offer, but the distance between you never widens. At the bottom, the rain intensifies. You hear it hitting her umbrella like fingers tapping a warning. She lifts her head slightly, looking forward, eyes narrowing. You see it too, the old building, slumped and steaming in the rain. You approach together. Inside, the air is stale, warm, heavy, not with rot, with memory. The cargo is where she said it would be, light enough to lift, but it makes your arms ache anyway. She watches you hoist it, her gaze unreadable. You glance at the BB. It stirs faintly. The pod reflects the flickering of old emergency lights along the walls. Yellow, orange, almost like firelight, almost like then. She thanks you, but not in words. She simply nods, and for a moment you see her without the coat, without the umbrella. You see the lines that mark her. Not disfigurement, not punishment, just story, written in tissue, etched into the shell of someone who never stopped walking. She turns to leave. Her steps are slow, but confident, like someone walking towards something she knows won't forgive her, but will accept her anyway. You don't follow right away. You linger in the doorway, watching her vanish into the haze. The rain pulls around her like a curtain. And then, she's gone. You shoulder the cargo and begin the climb back up, through the valley still steaming, across roads that once held cities, under wires that never found connection. The scanner chirps once, uncertainly. You flick it off, and somewhere ahead, faint but steady, you see the shape of an umbrella. Black, balanced, tilting just slightly against a world still burning. The umbrella fades into the gray like a retreating shadow, the fabric no longer a shape, just a suggestion. Black against fog, motion reduced to memory. You don't follow at first. You simply remain still, cargo on your back, BB steady in your arms. The afterimage of her silhouette lingering like the warm glow that stays behind your eyelids after you stare at a fire too long. The rain has softened again. Not stopped. It never stops, but changed its mind. It falls now like thought, like apology, like something gentle that used to be sharp. You begin to walk, slow at first, then with more certainty. Not because the path is clear, it isn't, but because your legs remember where to go. You follow the marks she left behind, not footprints, not exactly, just the subtle disturbance of someone who moved with care, but also with history. A divot in the mud where she pivoted, a smudge across a puddle's skin, a heat that still clings to the ground in places where her steps lingered longer than the rest. The BB stirs only slightly. Its light glows soft and amber, the pod swaying gently with your pace, reflecting faint arcs of wet light across your chest plate. The cargo doesn't rattle. The scanner is still. For once, the world feels uncurious, as though it already knows the story being carried through it. You crest a small ridge, and the horizon changes. What had been dirt and ash becomes something else, black, glossy, rippled like cooled wax. Tar, but not spilled. Poured. A slick ocean of frozen movement. It doesn't shimmer, it absorbs. A field of arrested flow, congealed and glossy, stretching out like a map that refuses to be read. You step to its edge and feel the change in air. Thicker, heavier, warmer in a way that makes your skin recoil and your bones remember fire. She is there, already waiting, already still. No umbrella now, just her, coat drawn close, head tilted slightly downward, one hand curled into the other like she's remembering how to hold things. She doesn't acknowledge you at first, but she knew you were coming. She always does. You step beside her, not close, but closer than before. The tar spreads before you both. A road once ran through here. You can see its bones, half submerged, still white-lined in places like the memory of direction. Now it is just tar, still, dense, shaped by things long gone. She speaks, quietly, not to explain, but to remember, the way some people speak to mirrors when no one else is awake. She tells you about that day, the decision, the wrongness that felt like the only choice, the betrayal that wrapped itself in duty, the man who called it necessary, the weight she carried across that field, lighter than it should have been. And then, the fire, the choice not to let it take her, the walk. She walked through it. She says it plainly, like it's not supposed to be dramatic, like it's just something that happened. But you feel the words crack around the edges, not from pain, from heat. She doesn't describe the burning. She doesn't need to. You see it in the way she stands. Hips shifted slightly, like favoring an old wound. Fingers half curled, like they remember what blistered skin feels like before it peels. Her voice, steady but brittle, like glass that has already been broken once and learned how to hold its shape again anyway. She lifts her coat just enough for you to see. You don't flinch, but you don't stare. The scars run like rivers. Across thighs, over calves, coiling around ankles, skin that gleams under the rain not from water, but from memory, from permanence. They're not angry scars. They're not wounds. They're reminders of a choice, of a moment, of something that was supposed to end her but didn't quite. You look down at the tar. It's not steaming, but it should be. You can feel the heat under the surface. You imagine what it was like that day, the way it must have sucked at her feet, the way it must have wanted to consume, to pull her under, the way her steps must have turned into declarations. And yet, she made it through. Her voice lowers. There's something different now, something not spoken from pain, but from pride. Not the kind you wear, the kind you earn in silence. She speaks of the moment she emerged, smoke-blackened, bleeding, gasping, alive. She didn't run. She walked, until her feet couldn't tell the difference between pain and pavement. You understand now. Her feet never left the tar. Even now, as she stands beside you, healed but not whole, breathing but never quite relaxed, she's still there. In that fire, in that walk, in that decision. She carries it with her, not because she wants to, because she has to. The BB shifts. Its pod fogs briefly. It feels the moment too. Not in detail, but in essence. You glance down. Its tiny hand curls near its chest. You place your palm on the pod and let it feel your steadiness. The baby doesn't cry. It simply watches. She begins to walk again, across the tar, slow, deliberate, barefoot. You notice only after the third step, the boots left at the edge, the skin pale against black gloss. Each step presses gently into the surface, but doesn't sink. Her gait is steady, balanced. You follow, still in your boots, still uncertain, but you follow. The tar gives under your weight just slightly, not dangerously, but just enough to remind you what's beneath it. The field stretches wide. The wind has stopped. The rain falls straight down. The sky hangs close. She speaks again as you walk, of choices, of walking not because you're told to, but because no one else can, of pain as a kind of compass, something that tells you you're still moving, still alive, still worth the burden. She doesn't look back at you, but she knows you're listening. You walk like that for what feels like hours, just two figures crossing black stillness, talking to the silence, waiting for the world to change its mind. Eventually, the tar ends, becomes gravel, then grass, then stone. You step off and turn. She doesn't. She stands at the edge, looking back, not at the field, at the path. The line she just walked again, a reminder, a reaffirmation. Her scars may never leave her, but neither did her steps. She turns at last, and in the faint light beneath her hood, you see her smile. Not wide, not bright, just enough. Enough to know the fire didn't win, and somewhere beneath your feet, the tar cools, just slightly. The hum has faded now, the one that lingered just behind your ears, like a thought half spoken. You've crossed the threshold of the facility where snow doesn't reach, where the walls are thick enough to keep the wind out, but not the echoes. The cables in your pack have stopped their soft swaying. Your boots have finally gone still. And though the silence that follows is not absolute, it feels considerate, like the building is holding its breath with you. There is a warmth here, artificial and humming, stitched through vents and embedded in steel. It does not comfort, it reminds that someone else once stood here, that someone still does, and not alone. You move past the outer corridor where shadows stretch long beneath flickering overheads, the kind of lights that hesitate before choosing to stay lit. You count them, not on purpose, but because something in you wants to. 8, 9, 10, and then a door. Old, reluctant. Your fingers don't press the panel so much as offer it, gently, like giving permission. And it opens, not eagerly, but as though it remembers your shape. Inside, the air is different, closer, still warm, but tinged with the faintest trace of milk and metal, of sterile attempts to hold on to something living. Mama is there, or rather, what's left of her shape against the reclining structure that cradles her like an offering to time. Cables slip from her wrists like veins rerouted. The hum here is softer, like breath before sleep. There's no need to speak. Her eyes say enough, rimmed with wear, hollowed by something more than fatigue. She smiles, and it doesn't reach anywhere. Not her lips, not her skin. Just the idea of her, trying to stretch across the space between two people who once believed connection meant survival. Her hands twitch, not from pain, from memory. The habit of cradling something that's no longer in her arms, but she thinks it is. The air shivers. A sound like wind chimes in water brushes past your ear, and for a moment, a flicker, you see it. Not it. Her. The child. Floating, writhing gently in the space above her chest like smoke made of grief. Translucent, tethered by a cord not of flesh but of longing. She thinks the baby is still alive. The doctor said otherwise. So did the machines. So did the records, the logs, the echoing stillness of the room before anyone speaks. But Mama doesn't hear them. Or maybe she does, and chooses this instead. This refusal, this tether, this illusion thick enough to warm her through the coldness of truth. And you don't challenge it. Not because you believe, but because it would feel like stealing something too fragile to touch. You sit near the edge of the medical couch, not too close, not too far. The way you'd sit beside someone mourning something they can still see. The monitors beside her murmur quietly. Pulse, pressure, respiration, all slightly off, all insistently present. She murmurs to them sometimes, not the machines, but the presence curled beside her, humming something that doesn't have a tune, only rhythm. A lullaby made from memory scraps. You look at her hand. She's still wearing the hospital band. The ink faded. The name not quite legible anymore. You wonder if she ever reads it, or if the weight of it alone is enough. There's a tremor in her fingers now, a tension that travels through the air like static caught in glass. She tells you the story again. She's told it before. You don't interrupt. There was an emergency, a collapse, a wall. Her belly, the wires. A moment suspended in pain, panic, and blood that never fully left the room. She remembers screaming, not in fear but in protest, at time, at inevitability, at the fact that her body was no longer a place safe enough for love to grow. But the baby stayed. Not in the way you'd expect, not breathing, not moving, but hovering, a soul stitched into the wrong kind of fabric, a ghost born not from death but from refusal. She doesn't cry as she tells you. She's long past that. Her voice is water rubbed against stone. Slow, worn, clearer for the erosion. You listen. And the child drifts. Sometimes it looks like smoke. Sometimes like a shape behind fogged glass. But always tethered. Always close. The umbilical cord still faintly pulsing between her and something that shouldn't be able to remain. You close your eyes for a moment. Not to sleep. Not to pray. Just to feel the room without sight. And when you do, the sensation thickens, like humidity made from sorrow, like the air has turned into someone else's breath. When you open them again, she's humming. Her hand moves as if to rock something. She doesn't see the wires. You rise only when she gestures, a hand fluttering like leaves caught in an artificial breeze. She wants you to take something. Not the child, not the tether, just something smaller, a recording, a message, a reminder, not for her, for her sister, the one who shut the door, the one who stopped believing in things that linger. You take the data chip with fingers that feel heavier than they should, not because of weight, because of meaning. You tuck it carefully beside your gear. You do not promise anything. Promises feel too loud here. You stand by the door for a moment longer. The child turns toward you. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe the flicker was just the shift of air. Maybe the glint was just light, catching a tear that hadn't fallen. You leave without a word. Some moments don't require closure. Only breath. The door closes behind you with a hush, not a click. The hallway receives you again, and the hum returns, faint, unbothered. You walk through it slowly, as if carrying something that might break, not in your hands but somewhere deeper. Outside, the world has not changed. The snow still falls. The wind still murmurs across the cracked pavement and empty posts. But you feel a difference, not in the world, but in the way it presses against your chest, as if the child still watches, as if Mama's lullaby follows you, as if the tether, though stretched, has not fully let go. You step forward. The wind sways your coat. The weight in your chest does not lift. But in the distance, far off, tucked behind a ridge, a faint signal flickers. A waypoint. A direction. You move toward it. Slowly. Each step pressing silence into the snow like punctuation. Behind you, unseen, a lullaby finishes its last note. And somewhere, barely heard, a baby sighs. The sound of Mama's lullaby still lingers behind your ears, though it never reached your mouth. It hums softly through the fibers of your jacket, as if sewn into the lining, stitched in grief and remembered warmth. You walk away from her, away from the hospital hum, away from the child that wasn't allowed to leave, and into the silence that follows something not quite called goodbye. The air outside is crisper now, though not colder. The kind of crispness that happens after a truth is spoken, even if it was never confirmed. You carry it with you, quiet and breathing, like a whisper you didn't answer but couldn't ignore. The snow thickens, not by much, just enough to shift the world into near white, to dull edges that were already soft. Your boots crush old footprints you left on the way in. You follow the route back toward the mountains, though even the word route feels too confident. Nothing here is permanent. Not the trails, not the ties, not the feelings that bloom and recede like slow breaths under frost. But still, you move forward, because some messages don't deliver themselves, and some sisters will only open their hearts if the knock on the door sounds enough like closure. The climb begins before you realize it. A slope hidden beneath snowdrift and sorrow. The earth resists you, just a little, like someone unsure about accepting a gift. Your fingers twitch beneath the gloves with every shift in your pack. The message from Mama is light, physically, but it weighs the air down like damp cloth. You remember the tone of her voice, more than the words. The way it cracked on the syllables that meant nothing and held steady on the ones that meant everything. The sound of someone holding the memory of skin to skin that was never allowed to last. Up ahead, the mountain watches you. No eyes, but presence. Not a guardian, not a threat. Just aware. And nestled between its edges, the facility waits. Built not into the mountain, but beneath its disapproval. Tall, windowless. Gray made grayer by the clouds. The entry pad glows, barely. Like a tired eye that has accepted your existence, but doesn't find it interesting anymore. You press your palm to the surface. The door does not open. Instead, a voice, not near, not far, not present, crackles into life through the intercom. Clear, but distant. Cold, but not cruel. It speaks your name without welcome. A syllable stretched by fatigue, softened by caution. It's Locken. You've never met her, but somehow you know it's her. The same way you know a room is empty before you open the door. The same way wind carries someone's absence if you listen long enough. She does not ask why you're here. She already knows, or suspects, or doesn't care, and just needs to say the words aloud to make them real. Her voice is tired in the way that grief becomes, not heavy, just threadbare. Like a coat worn for warmth even after winter has passed. She tells you not to bother, that the network doesn't matter, that the bridges are illusions, and she's seen too many collapse. Her tone is flat, but not without shape. There's something underneath it, a wrinkle, a sigh not yet exhaled. You don't interrupt, you stand still, and let the static of the mountainside hold you in place. She speaks of her sister, of betrayal not in action, but in distance, of the pain of being left alone with memory and questions that were never answered, only avoided, of silence too long, too full of what-ifs. She doesn't cry. She's past that. Her voice is the kind that cracked so many times it just started speaking around the damage. You think of Mama, of the child that stayed, tethered not by life, but by love too stubborn to fade, of the way she cradled air like it was breath. You feel the message press against your hip, still nestled in your pouch, still waiting. You tell Lochner you have something. Your voice comes out lower than you expected. You repeat it, more gently. She doesn't answer at first. You hear her breathing, not because the mic is close, but because the silence makes room for it. A soft pull of air, a long pause, then a click. The data transfer light flutters. You hold the chip toward the sensor. It takes. The message moves. Nothing changes immediately. The door remains closed. The snow still falls. Your breath still fogs the air and vanishes. But somewhere inside, something is watching something else. A screen flickers. A memory plays. A voice speaks. A lullaby, maybe. Or the story of a child that was never held. Or of two sisters who lost each other in the same room. The intercom crackles again, but it's quieter now, as if Lochner has turned toward you, but not completely. As if she's speaking not to you, but to the space where someone else used to stand. She thanks you, not with words, but with quiet. And then, for a moment that feels long, she says nothing. When she speaks again, the tone has changed, not softened. That would be too easy, but shifted, like stone warmed just enough by sun to not hurt your hand. She tells you the network can wait. That connection is not obligation. That some bridges take longer to build because the pieces are still shaking. You nod, though you know she can't see it. You tell her you'll be nearby. Not as a threat, not as pressure. Just nearby. Available. Like a foothold. Like a pause in the weather. She doesn't respond, but the door light dims slowly. Not off. Just dim. Like it's settling into a new kind of stillness. You turn, and the mountain, ever patient, accepts your retreat. The walk back is different, not easier, but no longer resisted. You follow no trail, just a sense of where you aren't needed anymore. The snow muffles your steps, softens the crunch of old ice beneath you. You pass the stone that looks like a bent figure, the slope that curves like a shoulder. Everything has a shape, even silence. You pause once, beneath a rock shelf. Not for shelter, just to stop. The wind threads through the cracks above you like someone humming without words. You breathe into your scarf and feel your chest rise, not in effort, but in recognition. You made a delivery, not of cargo, of memory, of the voice that never stopped believing she could reach her sister through a tether even death hadn't severed. The cold begins to fade, not from the air, but from the way it touches you. And in the distance, the network pings faintly, not from Lochner's facility, from somewhere else, a reminder, a direction. You take a step, and the door behind you stays closed, but not locked, not anymore. The wind has quieted, not because the mountains have relented, but because your thoughts have. After Lochner's voice slipped back behind the static, something within you softened, not into peace, but into something adjacent. You move through the landscape now not as a courier, not as a messenger, but as a vessel still full of breath. The kind of breath you forget you're holding until someone else speaks. The kind that doesn't rush out when the door opens, but lingers, like the last note of a song you only half remember. The ground beneath your boots flattens. Stone gives way to gravel. Gravel becomes road, not quite paved, but shaped by something deliberate. The kind of human effort that tries to reclaim order from ruin, even if only for a few miles. The sky doesn't change, but the weight of it does. Less like a blanket, more like a ceiling. You are getting closer, not to something new, but to something you once stepped away from, hoping it would vanish with distance. The facility rises from the ground the way old guilt does, slowly, then all at once. No flags fly anymore, but the shape of authority is still etched into the walls. The symmetry of decision-making, the rigidity of legacy. You don't need to read the plaque. You know where you are. You've always known. Inside, the air is too still. sterile, the kind of air that tries not to smell like anything, but always ends up tasting like fear and cleaning solution. You move through corridors that remember footsteps louder than your own. Your echo feels disrespectful. You walk softer, slower, as if the walls themselves are listening, as if memory here is not stored on servers but soaked into the tiles. You pass closed doors that used to open when you approached. Lights that used to blink green now just blink. The silence is not empty. It's occupied, not by voices, but by what they used to say. And then, her room. You hesitate, not for lack of permission, but for lack of readiness. Even now, after all this distance, all this ash and metal and death, she still lives in your bones like a misremembered lullaby. You never asked to carry her legacy. You didn't even want her name. But names cling harder than blood. And mothers, the kind that run countries, the kind that abandon sons to save strangers, they cling even tighter. You enter. The lights adjust, reluctantly. Dust swims in the air, disturbed only by your breath. Her chair is still there, turned slightly askew, not in the way of someone who left in a hurry, but someone who couldn't quite bear to face what was coming. The blanket draped over the back still holds the impression of weight, as though absence never fully settled. You don't sit. Instead, you walk to the far side, where the desk is still neat, meticulously so, the kind of order that speaks of control, not comfort. You run your fingers along the surface, and for a moment it feels warm, not from sunlight, from memory, from arguments that were half-hearted and truths that were not. On the far wall, a screen flickers to life. No warning, no input, just presence. Her voice comes through, old and imperfect, recorded perhaps, or more likely, triggered by your return. It isn't a message meant for you. It's one meant for the idea of you, the you she imagined would return, years ago, whole and obedient. The voice is soft, presidential, motherly in the way politicians practice, tender but rehearsed. She speaks of unity, of the bridge between people, of the need for connection in a fractured land. But you hear it differently. You hear the trembling between syllables, the spaces between practiced lines, the pauses that weren't written in any speech. You hear the woman who held your face once and told you the world was heavy, but you were meant to carry it. The woman who stopped being your mother the day she became everyone else's. The message ends. Not abruptly, just inevitably. The screen fades. You remain still. There is no anger left. Not really. Only shape. A contour in your ribs that curves around a name that wasn't chosen. You think of her death, not as an event, but as a slow unraveling. The kind of passing that began long before her breath stopped. The kind that left shadows in your eyes and silence in your jaw. You look around. Nothing here remembers her properly. Not the chair, not the blanket, not the picture on the wall where she smiles like she meant it. None of it captures the way her hands trembled when she thought no one saw, or the way her voice cracked when she begged you to understand, even though she never explained. And yet, this is where she lived, and died, and still lingers. You move to the window, not for the view, but for the air. It's thinner here, more honest. You let your hand press against the glass, feel the cold resist your warmth. Outside, the world continues, fractured but breathing. The chiral network pulses beneath the surface like a heartbeat trapped in stone. She wanted this. Connection, even if she didn't know how to hold it. You wonder what it would have been like to have a mother who was only a mother, who held your hand without expecting you to rebuild a nation, who whispered bedtime stories instead of policy briefings, who kissed your forehead and meant you, not humanity. But that was never her. And you were never just a son. You step back. The air in the room feels heavier now, though nothing has changed. The kind of heaviness that comes from having said nothing aloud, but having felt everything anyway. You nod to the empty chair, not as farewell, just acknowledgement. On the desk, a pen lies untouched. Next to it, a sheet of paper, blank. You leave it that way. You exit slowly, footsteps absorbed by the quiet. The hall feels longer on the way out. Or maybe you've just grown heavier. Not in body, in memory. In the weight of everything she gave you without asking, and everything you carried without permission. Outside, the light has shifted. Not brighter, just different. As if the sky itself has exhaled something old. You adjust your pack, feel the straps tighten, not painfully, just enough to remind you you're still moving, that there's more road ahead, more people to connect, more doors to knock on, even if they never open. You start walking, not to leave her behind, but to carry her forward, not as a burden, but as a shadow. Soft, long, fading slowly behind you in the snow. The hum of the last delivery still lingers in your bones. Not the sound of movement, but the feeling of having moved, of having carried weight, both real and invisible, over earth that never once felt like it wanted you there. And yet, somehow, you remain. The soles of your boots still soft with dust, the air still thick with a silence that wraps itself around you like gauze soaked in memory. You do not remember the name of the next destination, only the coordinates, only the slope of a hill, only the curve of a river that whispers as you pass, asking you to stay or to leave something behind. The wind changes, not with force, but with intention. It slides down the valley and into your coat, through your gloves, brushing your spine with fingers colder than they should be for this time of year. But that's how it always is. Weather arriving like a thought you didn't mean to think. And in the middle of that shifting breath of the world is a place that barely qualifies as a place. A structure, sunken, its metal bones curled into the slope like it's trying to go unnoticed by the sky. You approach without hurrying. No one is chasing you. Not today. There's no threat in the air, only stillness. The kind that comes after decision has already been made. The door answers your knock with a breath and a groan. You're not sure which one came from the hinge and which came from the man inside. He doesn't speak when he sees you. He just nods. Or maybe he tilts his head to catch a memory. The light above flickers once, as if to mark your arrival, then settles back into the dull amber of places where time no longer matters. He is smaller than you expected, not in size, but in presence, as if whatever used to fill the room around him has already stepped out, a spirit that forgot to take the body with it. He gestures to the table, and you set the delivery down gently. It doesn't matter what it is, you both know that. The man sits without speaking for a while. The kind of silence that doesn't need to be broken. It's not uncomfortable. It's not even expectant. It just is. Like furniture. Like old air. His chair creaks as he shifts. A slow motion that seems to come from memory rather than muscle. You wonder how long he's been sitting there, but you don't ask. The answer would only sound like a countdown. There was a woman once, he says, eventually, voice softer than dust. Used to braid her hair the same way every morning. Said if she didn't, the day would tilt sideways, like time listened to her fingers. His smile doesn't quite happen. It only flickers around the mouth. She used to hum, never words, just sound, like she was filling up space that no one else could reach. You listen. That's what he wants. Not help, not comfort. Just your ears and your body in the doorway. Proof that something still enters and exits. She died, he says, though you already knew. Not fast, not loud, just faded. He leans back a little, and the movement feels like a sigh. And I decided I'd do the same, just slower. just quieter. You look around. The room holds the smell of old electronics and reheated things. Cans line one wall like forgotten metals. The bed is not made. The bed is not used. You suspect he sleeps in the chair, or not at all. He does not ask for your name. He does not need to. He doesn't care if you're a hero or a porter or just a man with working legs. You are a visitor, and visitors are rare enough to be sacred. I thought it would be harder, he says. This dying. His eyes don't meet yours, but they're not avoiding you. They're watching something that only he can see. But it's not. It's like turning down the volume on everything else, until all you hear is your own breath. And then you wonder if even that's too loud. You stay longer than you normally would. There is no timer, no enemy to evade, no next package screaming in your head. Just this moment. And this man, choosing to go not with drama, not with regret, but with the same silence he lives inside now. On the shelf beside him, a photo leans against the wall. It's not framed, just propped up, curling at the edges. You don't pick it up. You don't need to. You can feel it. The echo of a life that once shared the same air, the same quiet mornings, the same fear of forgetting. He talks again. Not to you exactly, more to the space between you. The kind of talk that's been rehearsed alone for so long it's worn smooth like a stone in a pocket. She'd laugh, he murmurs, if she saw me now. This old man in a tin can, waiting for the dark to say hello. She'd tell me I was being dramatic. His eyes crinkle with something that might be amusement. She was always better at endings. You sit for a while. You think about your own breath. How loud it sounds in a room like this. How alive it makes you feel, and how intrusive. I've got what I need, he says finally. A little warmth, a little memory, and someone to listen, just once more. You nod, not to agree, not to promise, just to say, I'm here, for now. When you leave, he doesn't stand. He doesn't watch. He just closes his eyes, like someone rewinding a song they never stopped hearing. Outside, the wind has changed again. It's softer now. The kind of wind that leaves instead of arrives. You pause before walking. Something in the weight of your chest asks you to stay, but you've stayed enough, and he doesn't want company. Not really. Just to be witnessed. As you step into the fading day, the sound of the door closing behind you is almost kind. Not final, not sharp, just soft. Like the last line of a story whispered in a language no one speaks anymore. And the hill, as you descend it, seems to lean slightly toward the man behind you, as if the world itself is preparing to bow. The echo of a story fades behind you. Not a loud one, but the kind that lingers in the bones. A man fading by choice. You left him behind, not out of cruelty, but because he asked you to. And now the wind tastes different. Not colder, not warmer, just different. It carries the scent of rust and forgotten plastic, like memory left too long in the sun. You press forward into a place the maps don't name and the roads don't remember. A place the world has been slowly shrugging off like dead skin. The boots grip gravel that barely counts as ground. What you're walking on isn't terrain. It's discarded decisions, remnants of a time when everything was built to outlast its purpose. Twisted metal and fractured glass peeking out from under tufts of grass that look unsure of themselves. Craters filled with the skeletons of machines, shipping containers slumped like old men, car doors half buried like gravestones. Every step is a soft argument with gravity. The air hums here, not with life, but with the ghost of electricity. Like a signal still trying to get through, years after anyone stopped listening. Somewhere to the west, you think you hear the remnants of a drone buzz, a memory or a malfunction. Maybe both. A faint digital whimper that loops and fades. The sky is overcast in a way that isn't exactly cloudy. More like the light has been filtered through regret. Your destination isn't on a proper route. You didn't take this job for the coordinates. You took it because someone called out, not with urgency, just with surrender. The message barely reached you. Fragile voice, patchy transmission, no name, just an ID. A whisper from a crater. So you follow the mapless path, dragging a cart that protests every time it snags on something too stubborn to move. Your back aches in a way that feels permanent now. The straps dig into skin that stop complaining. Your breath sinks with the rhythm of trudging. 1, 2, 1, 2, like a lullaby written by exhaustion. There's no sign welcoming you, no outpost, no lights, just a slope that dips into a hollow shaped like a wound. A crater, curled in on itself, old and wide and rimmed with what once might have been fences. Now it's filled with things that never made it to the incinerator. Junk, yes, but not just the kind that rusts. Emotional junk, sentimental failures, the artifacts of people who tried and stopped. You descend slowly, unsure where the path ends and the mess begins. The footing is treacherous, not slippery, not steep, just uncertain. Like the earth hasn't decided whether it wants to hold you or let you go. You pass what might have once been a home, but now looks more like a storage unit with delusions of grandeur. The door is half melted. A child's toy is wedged in the wall. It stares at you with one eye and a smile cracked wide from heat. Then the voice comes again. Not from your communicator, just from the air. Tinny, hollow, human enough. Down here, it says, still breathing. Not sure why you follow it without speaking. Words feel too sharp in this place. The wind plays tricks, threading through pipes and panels and wreckage in a way that turns every gust into a whisper. You keep hearing your name, but only in shapes. Not syllables, not language, just shapes. At the bottom of the crater is a hatch. Metal, scorched, covered in symbols that mean nothing anymore. You knock once, more out of ritual than hope. It opens anyway. The man inside isn't old, but he feels like he is. He moves like someone who stopped caring about momentum. His skin has the texture of parchment. His hair is cropped short, but surrenders to gravity, clinging to his scalp like smoke that forgot to drift. His eyes, they are the only fast things about him. Sharp, too awake. They dart, but not with fear, just with memory. He doesn't ask your name. He just says, "Took you long enough," and turns back inside, leaving the hatch yawning behind him, like a question you're not sure you want to answer. Inside, it's warmer than expected. Not cozy, just less cruel. The walls are lined with shelves of things that aren't quite useful. Tools missing parts. Books missing covers. Screens that flicker out of habit. The lighting is low, like he's trying not to wake the ghosts. You follow him into a room that might once have been a lab, or a bunker, or something in between. He sits down in a chair with no back and gestures vaguely at another one, as if to say, "Sit or don't." The chair groans when you do. He talks slowly, not like someone struggling, but like someone trying not to disturb the silence too much. "You brought it?" he asks, not even pointing. You nod and slide the case forward. He doesn't open it, just lets his hand rest on it like it's something living. Then he starts to talk. Not to you exactly, just out loud. "I used to work for them," he says. "Bridges. Before everything went sideways. Before they decided Hope needed a uniform." His fingers drum lightly on the case. "I built things. Devices, not weapons. That was important to me back then. No weapons, just tools. Just tech that could help knit things back together." A long pause. A breath that wants to be a sigh but doesn't quite get there. But everything becomes a weapon if you leave it in the wrong hands long enough. He laughs, but there's no joy in it. Just air moving awkwardly. "I came out here after enough went wrong. Figured if I was going to disappear, I might as well do it where no one would trip over my corpse." Another pause. "I didn't mean to live this long." He He finally opens the case. Doesn't look at you, just at the contents. His fingers trace over the edge of the container, soft as if touching skin. Inside, the component hums faintly. A thing of light and logic, meant to interface with something long since lost. I asked for this not because I needed it, he says. I just wanted to know someone still knew how to carry things. Still cared. The silence after that is long, not awkward, just full. The kind of silence that makes you aware of every part of your own body, the ache in your calves, the grime on your knuckles, the dry patch at the corner of your mouth. Time is thick here, like syrup, like molasses, like guilt. Eventually, he speaks again. I won't last much longer. That's not tragic. That's just math. His eyes close for a moment. You wonder if he's asleep or remembering. I've got maybe a week, he says. Less if the power dies. I won't fix that. Don't want to. Letting go is harder than people admit, but not if you practice. He leans back, not far, just enough to shift the weight of his thoughts. You don't have to stay, he says. I won't even notice when you leave. And somehow, that feels heavier than any goodbye. You stand eventually. Your knees complain. Your spine realigns itself reluctantly. He doesn't follow you to the door, doesn't look back. You step out, and the hatch closes behind you with a sound that isn't quite a thud, more like the end of a sentence that never had a beginning. Climbing out of the crater is harder than descending, not because the ground is worse, but because you are heavier now, not in weight, in quiet. The wind meets you at the top, brushing your face like a mother checking for fever. You don't know if he'll still be there the next time you pass this way. You're not sure it matters. What mattered was carrying something, and knowing someone needed it, even if only to say goodbye. And as you walk, the light begins to shift again, softly, slowly, as if the world is changing outfits, not to impress, but to rest. Somewhere behind you, the crater exhales, and the silence that follows you carries the shape of a man choosing stillness over survival. You walk away from the junkyard like someone leaving behind the bones of a memory too heavy to carry. It doesn't haunt you, not quite, but it lingers, not as a sound or shape, but as weight. A quiet that curls around the ribs and sits beneath the collarbone. The road, such as it is, reasserts itself. Shattered asphalt yawns and groans underfoot. The wind tastes faintly metallic again. The scent of oxidized time. The ache of something too old to matter, but too stubborn to be forgotten. You don't notice when the sky starts to lose its shape. It happens gradually, like the light is bleeding from the edges, or like gravity is tired of holding things where they belong. The terrain around you begins to stretch and warp. What once was canyon gives way to trenches, not natural, not formed by water or time, but by violence long since spent. The kind that folds itself into the dirt and stays there, waiting for someone with memory in their blood. The world slows. The colors shift. And then, all at once, it doesn't feel like the present anymore. You're not falling. Not really. But something is sliding under you, like the earth changed its mind and is now holding you somewhere else. You feel it before you see it. The heat that shouldn't be there. The hum of adrenaline in a body you don't remember preparing. The silence before sound comes rushing back in like floodwater. And then, thunder. Not from the sky, from the ground, from men, from machines, from gunfire that stitches the air together like broken thread. You are somewhere else. Somewhere wrong, but also right. You are not dreaming, but the dream is dreaming you. A battlefield opens before you like a wound that forgot how to close. The first thing you see is the mud, not brown, not black, but a deep, living gray, the kind that clings to ankles and memory alike. And strewn across it, the wreckage of metal and flesh, uniforms that never got washed, helmets still cradling the shape of heads that are no longer inside them. The sound is a constant scream in the distance, muffled by time, but close enough to make your bones ring. You are still yourself. Boots, pack, BB at your chest, pulse steady, breath caught somewhere between the now and the not now, and yet the world does not recognize you as visitor. You are not observing. You are here, and here does not care about explanations. Figures move through the haze, not fast, not slow, they are purposeful. Soldiers, but blurred around the edges, like the war has been chewing on them and hasn't decided whether to spit or swallow. You do not engage. You move through them like mist through wire. They do not see you, not completely, but they feel you pass. You are the ripple in their memory, the breeze that shouldn't be there. There is no clear path. Only trenches that lead to more trenches. Barbed wire that sways like seaweed. Mud that doesn't want to let go of your souls. Every step is a decision. Every decision tastes like rust. And then the lights flicker. Not above you. Not around you. Inside you. The BB stirs. You don't know if it's fear or recognition, but the pulse syncs with yours. You press a hand gently to the pod, a gesture more instinct than comfort, and something in the air shifts, just a little. The fog parts enough to reveal movement. At the far edge of the trench, a figure stands where no one should. Tall, rigid, covered in the kind of uniform that used to mean something, before everything broke. He does not shout. He doesn't need to. His presence is gravity. The soldiers around him don't look up. They just move, pulled by him, toward him, or maybe away from him. It's unclear. You recognize the posture before the face, and even then it doesn't come all at once. It arrives in fragments, a grim line of the mouth, the set of the jaw, the eyes, hollow, not from lack, but from holding too much. Cliff. He is the war, not a participant, not a commander. He is what it feels like, the memory of combat that doesn't fade, even after you stop bleeding. He walks among ghosts and they fall in step behind him, not out of loyalty, but because they don't know how not to follow. You keep moving. You don't run. There is no urgency here, only inevitability. Cliff moves like a man who has already lost what matters and now walks the battlefield to remind everyone else. You don't speak to him. You couldn't. Not in this place. Words belong to the living. Instead, you pass through another trench, this one lined with faded photographs, pinned where bullets once nested. The faces stare at you with the weight of being remembered incorrectly. Smiles that didn't survive the blast. Children who grew up between sirens. Mothers in folded uniforms holding the hands of men who never came home. You try not to look, but the eyes always find you. The mud grows thicker. The sky pulses, not with weather, but with emotion. If the clouds could feel, this is how they would weep. Not water, not thunder, just ache, the kind that vibrates behind your teeth. And then, the fire, not a blaze, not heat, but a wall of orange that outlines the distance like a broken sunrise. You move toward it, not out of curiosity, but because it's the only direction left. The soldiers thin here, or maybe they were never really here at all. You pass a tank that has grown moss on its side, a rifle fused with bone, a skeleton curled around a letter that was never sent. And finally, silence, not complete, but heavier than before. Cliff is there, standing in a clearing. The world stills around him. He turns, slowly, looks at you, really looks. And in that moment, time hesitates. He doesn't speak, but something passes between you. Not memory, not warning, just recognition. The knowledge that this place, this loop, this war without a name, is not about victory. It's about the loss that doesn't stop losing, the grief that learns to walk, the pain that never found a grave. And then, without warning, it begins to break, not shatter, just come apart, like a painting left in the rain. The trenches blur. The sky unwinds. The mud lets go. You are not pulled out. You are released. The world tilts. The air forgets to scream, and when you open your eyes again, if they were ever closed, you are somewhere else. Knees to ground, fingers curled in grass that shouldn't be there. The pod against your chest is silent again, light dim but steady. You look back, but there is no battlefield, no fire, no trench, only the landscape, unscarred, quiet, waiting. But inside your boots, the mud still clings, and somewhere behind your eyes, the war still moves. Not forward, not back, just onward, always onward. You don't remember the moment it changed. One breath to the next, and something gave. The air didn't shift. The gravity didn't groan. But now the world presses in from all sides, muffled and weightless. You are no longer walking. You are floating, not upwards, not downwards, not toward anything, just through, as if movement itself has stopped needing purpose. Around you, the light is smeared. Not dark, not bright, just blurred at the edges, like a memory you've dipped too many times in water. You can't feel the ground because there isn't any, only that soft resistance of being suspended. Like sleep, but thicker. Like silence, but filled with something that hums just beneath hearing. Your limbs move slowly, not out of fear or urgency, but as though answering the rhythm of some forgotten tide. The weight on your back should matter here, but it doesn't. It hangs from you like a forgotten promise, something you meant to carry and did, long enough for it to become a part of you. The shape ahead of you isn't a person, but it remembers how to be one. It drifts, turns slightly to one side, like it once knew how to walk and hasn't quite let go of the habit. The suit is familiar, scratched, weather-worn, trailing fabric and memory. The helmet's visor is dark, but it faces you. Not aggressively, not kindly, just faces you. And something in that gaze, even through layers of glass and liquid and time, feels like recognition. The kind that reaches back deeper than names, deeper than faces. The kind you feel in your chest, in the slow ache of a heartbeat that has slowed too far. His voice doesn't come from his mouth. It comes from everywhere, all around you, all at once, like the sea itself is remembering what it sounded like to be human. It isn't loud. It isn't clear. It is like listening to a lullaby played through the wall of a distant apartment. Familiar enough to hurt, soft enough to feel sacred. He speaks your name, maybe, or someone else's, but you respond anyway, not with words, not even with thought, just with stillness, just by staying there in the drift. Your breath is not your own here. It cycles through the suit, stale and filtered, with a whisper that sounds too much like a sigh, not just yours, a shared sigh, something the world is exhaling together. And somewhere, far away, you hear a faint static crackle, like a radio struggling to find a station. For a moment, you almost believe it's going to come through clearly, that if you just stay still long enough, the signal will line up and the voice will sharpen. But it doesn't. It stays blurred, wet. A voice heard underwater. You reach out, maybe. Or maybe you just think about reaching. The line between intention and action is thinner here, like silk stretched too far. His shape tilts slightly in response, slow as sleep. You don't touch. You couldn't, even if you tried. Not in this place. Touch isn't real here. Only presence is. Only the ache of being near something you once lost and never expected to find again. Bubbles drift between you like lanterns. Each one holds a flicker of color, amber, rust, pale blue. One passes close to your visor, and for a moment you see inside it. A rocking chair, a child's drawing, an old pair of boots. The kind of memory too ordinary to be worth telling, but too heavy to leave behind. The bubble moves on. You let it. You watch it fade into the fog, and somehow it feels like a goodbye. He speaks again, or maybe he hums. It's hard to tell the difference. The sound folds in on itself, wraps around your skull like cotton soaked in old perfume. Familiar. so painfully familiar that it almost makes you want to leave. But you don't, because underneath the sound, beneath the wet blur and static hum, there's something soft, something kind. You listen, and for the first time in a long time, it feels like someone is listening back. There's no time here, not really, only memory, stitched together by the current. You drift past an old bridge, half submerged, the metal groaning in the water like it's trying to breathe. You see a photograph pinned to its rusted side. It's faded beyond recognition. Just colors now. Just shapes. But you know the feeling behind it. The longing that pinned it there. The silent hope that someone, someday, might see it and remember. The shape beside you shifts. Not forward, not away. Just shifts. And suddenly there are two voices now. His voice and the one inside you. They don't speak to each other, but they harmonize. Not perfectly, but well enough to feel intentional. The feeling isn't comfort. It isn't peace. It's something quieter. Something like allowance. Like being told, wordlessly, that it's okay to keep floating. That nothing more is required of you right now. Just this. Just breath. Just presence. Your suit lets out a soft hiss. And suddenly you're aware of your fingers again. The gloves around them. The subtle pressure. The way one knuckle aches slightly. An old bruise, maybe. A reminder that you're still something solid, even here. Even now. The light overhead brightens a fraction. You can't tell where it's coming from. The sky here isn't a sky, it's just a suggestion. But still, it grows lighter. Like dawn, trying to remember how to begin. He turns his head, just slightly. You know this is goodbye. Not dramatic, not final. Just a change in current. A soft redirection. The kind that doesn't close anything, only pauses it. You don't speak. You couldn't if you tried. But you do feel. And you let that feeling fill the space between you. Like breath, like water, like memory. He doesn't disappear. He doesn't vanish. He just fades, a little at a time, like something drifting deeper than your eyes can follow. Your breath stirs again. Sharper now. Not urgent, just different. You feel the weight of your pack return, the straps tugging gently at your shoulders. The world begins to remember gravity. Light begins to organize itself into shapes, into forms. The bridge fades behind you. The fog peels back. The bubbles drift upward, slow and aimless, like dreams released from someone else's sleep. You are not alone. Not quite. His voice lingers in the air behind your ears, like the echo of something said long ago that you never quite forgot. You don't know what he wanted. You don't know if you gave it to him. But you were there. You stayed. And maybe, for now, that was enough. You tilt your head just slightly and let the last of the silence slide past your helmet, into your throat, into your lungs, into that small place inside your chest where everything fragile hides. And then, not suddenly, not loudly, the light ripples across your vision like sunlight through shallow water. And it stays there, just long enough to mean something, just long enough to remember. You do not step forward so much as drift, pulled into it, absorbed by it, folded into the memory like a leaf pressed between the pages of someone else's grief. There's no warning when the jungle begins. It's not a shift in scenery. It's a shift in pressure, in weight, in breath. One moment you are in your own skin, the next you are soaked in someone else's history, humid, heavy, impossibly green. The world smells of soil and gunmetal and time, as if it's been rewinding itself just long enough for you to arrive again. The sky vanishes behind foliage, and the air forgets how to move. The light is filtered, pale, the color of memory faded by rain. You hear the war before you see it, but not through explosions or gunfire. That will come later. For now, it hums beneath your ribs, low and constant, like a bone-deep hunger that refuses to announce itself. The brush shifts as if breathed upon, but there is no wind, only the thick, invisible weight of presence. And you know without knowing, that he is here again. The man who bleeds, want. The one who fights not for victory, but for memory. Or maybe just for the shape of love carved into absence. Mud sucks gently at your boots, as though the earth itself doesn't want to let go. Vines brush your shoulders like fingers too tired to grasp. Every plant here seems to lean toward you, not in welcome, but in witness, as if they've seen this before, as if they've grown around it. The war, the man, the want. It's all rooted here, not planted, but buried. You walk more slowly now, not out of fear, but because speed feels like a lie. Ahead, you think you glimpse movement, a figure blurred by steam, by heat, by whatever strange gravity holds this place together. He's not watching you. He's looking for something older, someone who isn't you, but who walks in your skin. You are not a courier here, not really, not even a man. You are a proxy for guilt, a silhouette filled with someone else's longing, and he sees that. Maybe he even hates it, or maybe he needs it to feel real again. A voice cracks through the air like static through a heartbeat, not loud, but deliberate. It is not a command. It is a plea disguised in cruelty. You don't answer, not because you can't, but because you are not the one he's asking. Still, something in your chest responds. Something lonely. Something buried. You don't remember him, but your body does. The war reveals itself in pieces. A flash of fire in the distance, too quiet to be recent. The silhouette of a soldier half swallowed by brush. A helmet left hanging on a branch like an offering. No screams, no orders, just the suggestion of violence, layered over itself so many times that it's become something softer, more like regret than rage. Even the birds have fallen silent. Or maybe they've learned to mimic the dead. And then he is near. You don't hear him arrive. You just know. Like the heat that builds before a storm, or the way silence deepens before a name is spoken. He bleeds want, not through wounds, but through every motion, every glance. Even standing still, he drips in tension. Not like water, more like the slow slide of rust down forgotten metal. His rifle hangs loose in one hand, but it might as well be part of him. Not a weapon. A memory made solid. He smiles. It is not warm. It is not cruel. It is the kind of smile someone gives a photo right before they burn it. You feel it settle into your chest like humidity, like ache. He's talking now, but the words don't hold. They fall apart mid-air, crumbling into syllables too warped to carry meaning. Still, you understand him, not with your mind, with your marrow, with the part of you that remembers carrying bodies you never touched. You don't move. Not because you are frozen, but because movement would imply intent, and this place does not tolerate intent. It allows only ritual. You are here to bear witness, again and again, until his grief has shape, until the ache turns into something he can hand off, something he can carry. You hear the snap of twigs to your left, the slow rustle of leaves parting around breath. The war is unfolding, not forward, not backward, just outward, like a wound rediscovering how to bleed. You crouch, not because someone told you to, but because the ground is lower here, and you feel safer where the ferns can hide your guilt. Mud stains your knees. It smells like heat and history, like someone sobbed here once and never stood back up. The man is walking now, slowly, as if each step is a confession. You follow. Not him exactly, but the trail of something he left behind. A moment, a name, a regret sharp enough to press between your teeth. In this war, everything echoes, even silence. The trees lean closer the deeper you go. The light grows sparser. The jungle clings to you now, vine and sweat and longing. The air hums with the memory of orders never followed, of letters never sent. You come across a helmet in the mud, upside down, filled with water. You don't touch it. You just watch as a single leaf falls into the basin, floats for a moment, and then sinks. No ripple, no splash, just descent. He is waiting now. Up ahead, beneath a canopy so thick it looks painted on. He speaks again, more clearly this time, but still in riddles. Words like brother and home and blood pass through your ears without landing. You realize they aren't meant to. They're meant to be released. He is speaking them to the trees, to the ghosts, to the ache itself. You are just close enough to hear the shape of them. His eyes land on you at last, and for one unbearable second, he sees you. Not as who you are, but as who you could be. And it hurts. Not in the way bullets hurt. In the way silence does when it goes on too long. Gunfire begins without warning. Not loud. Not sharp. Just present. Like rain. Like memory. It isn't aimed at you. Not yet. But you move anyway. Because your bones remember how this goes. Not a fight. A performance. A reenactment carved into time's scar tissue. You slip behind a fallen log slick with moss and sweat. Breath held like a promise you know you can't keep. The man's voice cuts through again. Louder now. Less desperate. More alive. As if the war has woken something in him. You peek over the log. He's not aiming. He's performing. Moving like someone whose limbs remember the rhythm better than the heart does. He is the war and the soldier and the wound, all at once. And then, like a page turned by hands you cannot see, the world stills. No shots, no shouts, just jungle and fog and the quiet whine of insects mourning the sudden hush. You step forward. He steps back, not out of fear, out of ritual. This is the part where you meet. Not to fight, not to talk, but to stand and know and carry the weight of knowing without ever setting it down. The jungle breathes. So do you. He bleeds want. Still. But now, so do you. You reach toward him, not with hands, but with presence, with permission, with the quiet ache of someone willing to listen, even if they don't understand, especially if they don't understand. His eyes flicker, soft for just a second, and then the jungle pulls him back. The war folds into the trees. The mud forgets your footprints. The vines release your sleeves. And all that remains is the quiet heat of breath and memory. Somewhere behind you, a bird sings a single note, and then silence again. Not absence, stillness, like breath waiting to be remembered. The warmth from the last room lingers against your skin like the ghost of a breath, already fading, already folding back into memory. You move forward into a different kind of silence. Not emptiness, no, a curated stillness. One that was chosen, arranged, lived with. The kind that isn't quiet at all once you begin to listen. It hums in the frame of the furniture. It ticks, faintly, in the wall. It pulses, low, constant, rhythmic, like a heartbeat you can almost hear but never quite count. You are inside Heartman's sanctuary now. Not just a room, not quite a lab, not really a home. It's a place shaped by longing that learned how to organize itself. Nothing is cluttered. Even the sorrow is filed neatly, within photographs, framed and ordered. Time here is everything. Everything responds to it. Everything obeys. Your boots feel too loud against the polished floor, even though you're moving slowly. The echo isn't harsh. It's respectful. The sound dissipates quickly, as if unwilling to interrupt what this place remembers. There's something in the air, faint ozone maybe, or some sterile whisper from a distant filtration system. The smell of machines that haven't failed. The kind of cleanliness that feels earned. Not clinical. Not cold. Just maintained. Carefully. Lovingly. Screens flicker softly to themselves. They're not asking for attention. They're showing you proof of life measured, of death managed. Graphs rise and fall in quiet waves. A timer glows near the corner of your eye, even when you don't want to look, even when you pretend not to know what it's counting down to. 21 minutes. That's the shape of the space here. Everything conforms to that rhythm. Every conversation is a breath held against a shore you'll leave again soon. Hartman is not here, not exactly. Or maybe he is, sitting quietly in that chair by the fire, eyes closed behind those glasses, his body resting, his soul busy. 21 minutes above, 3 on the other side. And then he comes back. Every time. Or most times. Enough times. You don't interrupt. You let the silence wrap around you instead. Let it soften your heartbeat and still your hands. There's a chair for you too. A place where the cushion remembers someone else's weight. You sit slowly, as if the furniture might sigh. It doesn't. But the air shifts around you, like it's adjusting to your presence. The fireplace burns a quiet simulation. Digital flame. Warm light. It is not heat. It is memory of heat. And yet it soothes the same. Shadows stretch long across the wall, and the room begins to fold in around you like a page turned softly in a forgotten book. Time passes here differently. Not slower, just more honestly. You feel each second, each tiny passing breath, the way you feel drops of water counting themselves across your shoulders in a soft rain. The rhythm isn't urgent, it's faithful, it keeps coming, whether you move or not. On the wall, a reel of memories is arranged like a shrine that never pretends not to be one. Images, faces, moments. Hartman's family smiles back at you, but not fully. Photographs cannot smile all the way. Not without motion, not without sound. Still, they try. And somehow that's worse. You wonder what it means to live in such brief intervals. 21 minutes of waiting for 3 minutes of reaching. A life measured not in years, but in attempts, in echoes, in descents. And yet, he persists. The thought settles into you, heavier than it should. Because it isn't just Hartman's rhythm. It's everyone's, in a way. The way you cross rivers for cargo. The way you listen to the wind for ghosts. The way you hold your breath at the edge of a ruin and pretend that hope is still worth wearing. You glance again toward the far wall. A faint light pulses there. Not bright, not urgent, just steady. You don't move to touch it. You don't need to. The whole place breathes that rhythm. It is enough to sit in it, to breathe with it. Minutes pass. Maybe. You're not sure. Clocks here mean something different. They don't measure productivity. They don't punish. They wait, and then they resume. And then he stirs. It is subtle, a twitch of a finger, a breath caught at the wrong time. And then he is awake again, rising slowly from whatever place he was. Hartman, the man who dies again and again by choice, who seeks the same absence each time, who comes back empty and tries again, and again, and again. You don't speak. He does not offer words, but something settles between you both, an understanding, or at least the illusion of one, a shared rhythm, a heartbeat recognized. He moves across the room with quiet precision, not hurried, not casual, practiced, each step accounted for, each gesture gentle. He is preparing, you realize, for the next time, for the next descent, already, because of course he is. That's what this space is for. That's what his life is now, the in-between, the waiting room of eternity. He glances at the timer, that glowing sentinel. It is polite enough not to beep, but its message is clear. 6 minutes left. Hartman sits again, hands folding in his lap. He closes his eyes, not asleep, just quiet, like a tree in winter, still alive, just slower. You wonder if he dreams in those 3 minutes, if the other side is loud or silent, if the lost call his name, if he recognizes their faces, if he walks through rooms like this one, where clocks are kind and photographs smile without asking anything in return. 3 minutes to find a wife, a child, a trace of something not erased. 3 minutes in the ocean where time floats in amber. 3 minutes of maybe. And then, always, the shock, the pull, the jolt back into the body, the ache of return, again and again and again. You stand. Not because you're leaving, but because your presence feels too large now. This place requires stillness, and even your breath feels disruptive. The chair accepts your weight, leaving it without protest. The air shifts again, not colder, just emptier. You glance one last time at the reel of lives, the timer, the man sitting in silence. There's no final moment, no farewell, just the quiet ticking of a countdown that never fully ends. And somewhere behind you, a soft mechanical chime begins, a sound not of death, but of pause, a suspension, the moment before the water closes over a diver's head. As you leave the room, the light fades gently on your shoulders. Not turned off, just lowered. Like the house is whispering not goodbye, but wait. Just wait. He'll be back soon. And outside, the snow has started to fall again, fine and unhurried, like ash that remembers warmth. The silence doesn't last, but neither does the sound. What you're left with is something in between, a pressure in your ears, like the aftermath of a bell tolling too close. You walk toward the next place because forward is the only direction that hasn't disappeared. The world around you is not broken anymore, but suspended, as though someone tried to fix it mid-fall and left it floating there, untouched, unfinished, uncertain. There's no wind here, only the illusion of motion. The grass tilts, but you don't feel it. The light shifts, but it casts no warmth. Even the clouds above seem to drift without texture, like someone painted them across glass and forgot to add depth. You are not in a field. You are in a memory of a war. The third one. Or the third that matters. Or the third they chose to remember. The numbers don't help anymore. You walk across the no man's land, but no one calls it that here. It's just the space between ghosts. Your boots press into ground that feels like soaked parchment, soft and uneven, like the world itself was written in haste and left in the rain. Your foot sinks a little too far. There's a crunch, not of bone, not of glass, but something familiar in its fragility. You don't look down. You don't have to. You know what the earth remembers here. The sky turns silver before it turns red, and then it forgets color altogether. You are standing in the ruins of a memory you've been inside before. A trench, a corridor, a womb made of mud and metal and regret. There are helmets here that still hold shape. There are rifles still aimed at nothing. There are names scratched into the walls that were never meant to survive, and yet somehow they did, more than the men who wrote them. You descend not by choice, but because the world tilts that way. The trench yawns open, not violently, but with the soft creak of a place that's tired of staying closed. You step inside, and everything becomes narrower. The air, the light, your chest. You have to duck not because the ceiling is low, but because the memory itself doesn't want to be remembered upright. There's blood on the walls, but it doesn't shine. It's old. It's dust. It's not trying to be noticed anymore. You hear him before you see him, a rhythm before a voice, a heartbeat shaped like a name. The man who bleeds want. He doesn't call out. He doesn't command. He just is. In every drip of water from above, in every footstep that lands just a second after yours. He walks behind you without following. He speaks without sound. He's not here to fight. He's here to remember. The trench ends, but the war doesn't. You come to a door that shouldn't be there. It's made of steel and sorrow, and it opens with a hiss, like a breath held too long. Inside is not the past. It's a hospital. It's a hallway. It's the smell of disinfectant and metal and guilt. The walls are too clean. The light's too sharp. This is not a memory. This is a wound dressed up as a place. And there he is, in a uniform that never fit right, holding a baby that never asked to be born. You know the baby. It's not a guess. It's not a metaphor. You know. The child blinks, and the room fades. Not to black, but to that pale, unbearable white that screams at the edges of your thoughts. The kind of white that has no kindness in it. The kind of light that reveals instead of warming. He looks at you, not through you, not past you, at you. His eyes aren't cruel. They're empty, like someone replaced rage with purpose and forgot to refill it. He doesn't ask if you remember. He knows you do. He just wants to see if it hurts yet. You try to speak, but your throat carries silence instead. It's not fear. It's not shame. It's the realization that you've been here before, and you didn't say anything then either. The moment stretches, not like time, but like skin. Fragile, elastic, threatening to snap. He raises the child slightly, like an offering, like a challenge. The baby doesn't cry. It just stares. And in that stare is the truth. Not the kind you read, not the kind you hear. The kind that lands in your chest like weight. Heavy, permanent, undeserved. He says something now, though the words never reach your ears. You hear them in your bones instead. Something about choices, something about loss, something about how the world ended quietly, not with war, but with the forgetting that came after. The scene shifts again, but not with movement, with breath. You are back in the trench, but it's not the same. Now it's empty. Now it's a grave that forgot to close. The man is gone, but his wanting remains. It clings to your skin, to the air, to the very shape of your spine. You carry it now, not like a burden, like an inheritance. You walk again, because stillness here is too loud. The mud doesn't stick this time. It parts for you, like memory giving way to obligation. The sky softens. The trench widens. And the light begins to fade. Not completely, but enough to suggest the end of a chapter. There are no answers here, only echoes. You hear them behind you, ahead of you, inside you. The sound of breath held too long. The name of someone you couldn't save. The truth you still aren't ready to say out loud. And somewhere, far away, the baby, not a baby anymore, sighs. The wind doesn't return, but the scent does. The faint smell of smoke and steel and sleep. It wraps around you like the first memory you ever forgot. And just before it's all gone, the light shifts one last time. Pale, not cruel this time, just tired. A flicker, a silence, a breath. And then the sound of boots, walking forward again. The light that followed you from the trench doesn't stay with you long. It recedes slowly, like a tide that never truly touched the shore. You carry its afterglow in the folds of your coat, in the places where warmth never quite reaches. The path ahead is not one you recognize, but it isn't foreign either. It curves the way dreams do, not with purpose, but with memory. The ground beneath you doesn't crunch or sink or echo. It simply allows you, as if it's been waiting. There is no sky now. Only a pale vastness above, like breath held in fog. The horizon curves too gently, too wide, the suggestion of a sphere with no center. You move forward, because that is what the body knows. Even when the heart hesitates, even when the mind protests, the legs remember how to go on. And so you do, into nothing, towards something. A faint sound begins to arrive before it's real. Not music, not voice, not even wind. Just the memory of being called, not by name, but by presence. The kind of calling that doesn't ask, it allows. And you respond, not aloud, but in movement. Each step a reply. You begin to see her before she exists. A silhouette against the blank, a stillness shaped like a person who has always been waiting. There is no shadow. There is no sun. But her outline is made of something older than both. The contrast between being and not. She does not turn. She does not wave. She does not vanish. She simply becomes clearer, like something remembered all at once. She stands where the world falls away. Behind her, there is only distance, not depth, not darkness. Just the idea that nothing continues. The beach stretches left and right, but does not curve. The waves lap in silence, but they do not crash. Everything here obeys a different rhythm, a softer one you almost remember from the corners of dreams you never told anyone about. You don't call her name. You don't need to. It wouldn't fit in your mouth anyway. Too full of grief, too light for sound. She turns slowly, as if movement itself is something sacred. Her eyes meet yours like someone opening a door, not for you, but for the world behind you. She is young and old, still and restless, whole and breaking. She smiles, but it isn't joy. It's understanding, the kind that hurts gently. She steps toward you, and the sand doesn't remember her weight. Her presence is not heavy, but it is vast. You feel it in the way your fingers twitch, in the way your breath slows, in the way your heartbeat tries to keep time with something too wide to hold. When she speaks, it is not a voice. It is a tide, slow, deliberate, pulling you forward even as you try to resist. "Will you help me end it?" she asks, though the words are not framed as a question. They are an offering, an opening. You do not answer. You only step closer. The world does not react. It only waits. She gestures behind her, not toward the sea, but toward the edge of what might still be called existence. There is no end there, only pause, only a veil too soft to part, too thin to trust. "This is the place," she says, and you feel the words in your knees, in your teeth, in the base of your skull, where it all ends, or begins, or simply stops trying. You look past her, and for a moment you see everyone. Faces in waves, eyes in clouds, fingers reaching through salt. You see the ones you carried, the ones you left, the ones who never asked you to come but waited anyway. They do not speak. They do not move. They are the sea now, or maybe they always were. She watches you, but not for a response. She waits the way the earth waits for rain, not with urgency, but with inevitability. "You've brought so much," she murmurs, and the air folds around the words like paper too thin to hold ink. And still you carry more. You want to ask what she means. You want to ask who she really is. You want to know if she is Amelie or Bridget or something else entirely. But the questions slide from your mind like oil on water. They do not belong here. Only presence does. You step beside her now, shoulder to shoulder, eyes toward the tide. The horizon doesn't end. It just stops needing to continue. She doesn't look at you, but she speaks again, softer this time. "We thought it would be fire," she says, "or noise, or light too bright to bear. But extinction is quiet, like a lullaby sung to nothing." The word sits strangely on your tongue. Extinction. It is too big, too clinical. It doesn't feel like what this is. This is not the end of species, or time, or hope. This is the moment when everything simply exhales and forgets to inhale again. A wind rises, not cold, not sharp, but full. It smells like before, like first steps and old promises, like letters burned before they could be read. She tilts her head slightly, as if hearing something just beyond the range of human regret. "They're still choosing," she says, "though you're not sure who they are. Even now. Even here you don't speak. There is no room for sound between two people standing on the edge of everything." She reaches toward you, not to touch, but to connect. Her fingers hover near yours, and you feel the ache of closeness not yet earned, the warmth of something about to be lost again. "I don't want to be alone when it ends," she says. And there it is, the real truth, soft and small and terrifying. Not the fate of the world, not the collapse of bridges or the fading of light. Just the simple, unbearable fear of ending with no one left to see you. And so, you reach back. You don't take her hand. You don't make a vow. You just stay. And in that stillness, something shifts. The tide retreats slightly. The air holds still. The world doesn't end. Not yet. She closes her eyes and smiles, and it's different this time. Not understanding, not sorrow, just quiet, like a secret told to no one. The waves continue, and you stand there beside her, not as a savior, not as a courier, not as a myth, just a presence, a witness. The sand is smooth beneath your feet. The sky doesn't change. But something inside you settles, like dust in a jar finally allowed to fall. And far off, from somewhere you can't name, the faintest sound reaches you. Not a voice, not a cry, but something like the flutter of pages turning. Then the light dims, just slightly, and the breeze carries a name you almost recognize, and the ocean continues, never louder than a breath. The breeze that once carried a name now falters, curling into the folds of your coat like a secret that no longer needs telling. You do not turn back. The shoreline behind you does not call your name. You walk not because there's a destination, but because silence has to be answered with something, and movement is the only thing you still trust. The sand underfoot shifts, not like ground, but like memory. Familiar, unreliable, soft around the edges. The sky above is different now. It hangs lower, not in weight, but in attention, like it's watching, but with disinterest. Pale veins of light fracture across the cloud line, not sunlight, not storm. Something stranger, something theatrical, as if the weather too has been manipulated for effect. You feel him before you see him, the way you might sense laughter just before it breaks. Sharp, mocking, but hollow at the core. Not joyful, never joyful. A crackle in the air, a rustle where nothing moves. That peculiar tightness in your chest that has nothing to do with fear, but everything to do with inevitability. He arrives in pieces, not as a man, but as a disruption. First, the sound, a snap like nerves misfiring, then the scent, burnt ozone and vanity, and then the voice, spilling out of the air like a grin that learned to speak. Well, look who's still walking. You don't answer, not with words, not with posture. You keep moving, because standing still would be a kind of permission, and you haven't decided what you're willing to give him yet. Higgs steps into view like someone stepping out of a thought you tried not to finish. His coat billows even when the wind doesn't. His smile is too wide for his face, or maybe his face is too narrow for the weight of it. He doesn't look dangerous. He looks rehearsed, polished, like violence in a gold frame. You always did have a thing for beaches, he says, his voice low and bright, like a match struck too close to your ear. But this one's mine. He doesn't wait for a response. He never does. Higgs speaks like someone who thinks silence is a vacuum, and he's the only one brave enough to fill it. The space around you begins to fracture. Not physically, not yet, but emotionally, sensorially. The air thickens, like time pooling in the creases of a dream. The light gets greedy, drawing color out of your skin, your thoughts, the sky. The beach becomes a stage, and you are the audience, unwilling, outnumbered, and forced to sit in the front row. He laughs, and it splits the sky, not with thunder, with precision, like a scalpel across canvas. It isn't loud, it's sharp, and it echoes not because it's strong, but because the world is too empty to swallow it. You really thought you could carry it all, Higgs says, pacing now. His feet don't leave tracks. His shadow doesn't match his movements. You and your little connections, tying knots in a world made of unraveling. Cute, you still don't speak, because there's no debate to be had. Because everything he's saying, you've already said to yourself in darker moments, when the road was long and the silence too honest. You've heard that voice in your head. Higgs has just given it teeth. He circles you now, not like a predator, but like a performer. Someone seeking angles, spotlights, the perfect backdrop for his next illusion. You carry the dead like promises, he says, his smile twitching. But they don't thank you for it, do they? They just weigh you down, like ghosts with guilt for hands. You feel it then, the shift, the twist, not in the air but in the tone, the performance-changing acts. Higgs lifts one hand, and the world responds. The sky distorts, the sand shudders, and a figure appears. Not him, not you, someone you lost, someone you buried. He watches your face with the glee of a child setting fire to something they didn't build. Is that who you're really walking for? He asks. Or are they just another reason not to stop? The figure doesn't move. It flickers. It breathes like static. Its outline is sorrow-shaped, and its presence is too much like memory to dismiss. You turn away, not in fear, not in defeat, but in refusal. This is not how you remember them, and that, more than anything, is sacred. Higgs chuckles, but it cracks this time. There's a tremor in it, a fault line. You think I'm the bad guy, he says, but I'm the only one being honest. The only one who lets the world burn the way it wants to. He steps close. Too close. You feel his breath, not as heat, but as concept. You smell salt and ego and whatever remains of a man who gave up long before he exploded. I've seen it all, he whispers. The extinction, the silence, the truths no one else can hold. And you? You keep delivering hope like it's not just another kind of lie. You blink, and he's gone. Not vanished. Rewritten. The beach warps. The ocean recoils. The world you were in becomes a world he's curated. A theater made of trauma. The sky splits again, and now it weeps gold. Not light, not beauty. A poisonous radiance that feels like mockery. You are not alone in this place, but nothing here is company. The BTS arrive as silhouettes, hollow, observing. You feel their presence the way you feel a chill in a forgotten room. Not sudden, just realized. They do not move. They do not moan. They exist like punctuation at the end of something unspoken. Higgs reappears on a rise above you, arms wide, head tilted like a prophet mocking his own sermon. This is the world, he shouts. This is the truth. Fragile, failing, fabulous. The storm builds, but not with rain, with memory, with metaphor, with the kind of pressure that makes bones ache and eyes blink too slowly. You are inside his story now, and he is not a careful writer. You walk forward anyway. Not to fight, not to fix, just because the only way out is through. And if Higgs is the lightning, then maybe you are the storm that holds it. He laughs again, and it is quieter this time. A whisper through metal, a shiver beneath skin. It doesn't echo anymore. It lingers. You step through the static, through the half-formed echoes of past choices, through the mirages of guilt he drapes across your path like banners. They mean nothing now, not because they aren't true, but because they aren't yours. You carry. That is what you do. Not because it is noble, not because it is destiny, but because something has to be lifted. Something has to be walked through the fire. You reach the crest of the beach, where the world flattens again, where the storm begins to forget why it came. And there he is, quieter now, smaller, a silhouette robbed of spotlight. Higgs doesn't speak this time. He watches. And in that stillness, you pass him. No fury, no judgment, just movement. Because his theater cannot hold you. His words cannot weigh you. His laughter cannot break you. And as you walk, the world begins to rest again. The storm softens. The gold dims. The silence returns, not as a void, but as a mercy. Behind you, Higgs laughs once more. But it's not lightning anymore, just thunder, distant, echoing, already forgotten by the sky. The silence that followed Higgs's laughter never really ended. It only quieted into something more ambient, like the low hum of a memory that refuses to dissipate. You carry it with you as you descend from the places where the world had started to split apart, where time came undone and thunder rolled without warning. Now the terrain settles again into something more familiar and less forgiving. Slopes made of ash and bone and old machinery swallowed by moss. Black cables still twitching like veins beneath the surface. You don't speak. You haven't in hours, maybe days. but your boots speak for you. Mud-heavy, slow, dragging behind like tired punctuation at the end of each breath. Ahead, the city rises. Or rather, it flickers, as though unsure whether it still wants to be a city at all. The towers jut upward at crooked angles, skeletal in their outlines, hazed by a drifting curtain of static and rain that never quite touches the ground. The skyline is not solid. It's suggestion, sketches of rooftops drawn by a tired hand, and the storm. It never moves on. It roosts here, broods, lives like something feral, nuzzling the power lines and feeding on what's left of people's shadows. They call it a city, but it never truly earned the name. You approach without announcement. No one waits for you here, and no one ever does. They say this place swallows couriers, not violently, not even with malice, just slowly, kindly, like an old house that doesn't realize its guests have died in the living room. You don't plan to stay, but then again, no one ever does, and still the city remains. The streets are paved with sound, not voices, not footsteps, just the wet flick of rain sliding sideways along the cracked facades, the rattle of loose signage trembling in wind that never stops. Your boots splash but don't echo, as if the asphalt is listening but not responding. You pass by remnants of market stalls, canvas covers pinned down with rusted cable, fruit baskets filled with nothing but hollow foam. In one corner, a vending machine flickers with ghost logic, offering you cigarettes you can't smoke and coffee that hasn't been warm in years. The screen flashes a smile, a price, a code you've forgotten. You walk past it. You always do. The delivery on your back shifts with your spine. The weight isn't excessive, but it's real. The way memory is real. You're not sure what the container holds. Documents, maybe, or medicine, or letters written by someone who thought they'd see tomorrow. It doesn't matter. It's not about what's in the case. It's about where it's going, or at least the illusion that it's going anywhere at all. A shape moves in the corner of your eye. Not movement exactly, but the suggestion of it. You pause, breath caught somewhere between suspicion and recognition. A silhouette leans in a broken doorway, cigarette glowing like an old promise. You don't see a face. You never do. But the gesture is familiar. The slouch of someone waiting for the rain to mean something. You keep walking. You never speak in this place. Further in, the buildings become denser, leaning into one another like conspirators. They're held together by wires, ropes, belief. Graffiti on the walls peels back like dead skin, exposing layers beneath. Warnings, maps, apologies in languages you almost remember. A child's drawing smeared across a crumbling column. Stick figures holding hands beneath a paper sun. You wonder if it was drawn before or after the storms. Probably after. Hope is stubborn like that. Time slows here, or maybe it spills. There are clocks, yes, but they twitch instead of tick. A digital display mounted above a cracked bus stop reads Tuesday 8861 in soft blue light, then vanishes when you blink. No buses come here, just the wind. And once, long ago, a song. You think you hear it again, carried on the rain like a hum with no mouth, a lullaby in reverse. Notes bent backward. You follow it, not out of curiosity, but because the city seems to want you to. The alleys are tight and damp and too dark for their own good. You feel the walls breathe. Not metaphorically, not entirely. One pulse as you pass, just once, as if to remind you that nothing in this place is entirely dead. At a plaza that no longer has a name, you pause. A statue stands at its center. Some heroic courier from a past that no longer fits. The rain has sculpted grooves down his cheeks, like tears he never earned. Moss climbs his legs. Birds have made a home in the hollow of his chest. He points forward, eternally, to a direction no one ever takes. You stand beneath him for a moment, not in reverence, just because your legs ask for pause. There are buildings here with lights still on. No one inside, just lights. yellow and warm, flickering behind clouded windows, casting silhouettes of furniture too neatly arranged. You could knock, but you never do. You once peeked through the crack of a half-closed door and saw a pair of boots, children's, mismatched, one upright and one on its side, and above them a note on the wall that said, "Don't forget the sky." You remember, though you don't know why. A courier passed you once in this city. You think it was years ago? Could have been hours. They had a limp in their left leg and carried nothing but a rope. You never saw where they went. No one stays long enough to know. And the city, it doesn't record. It forgets as quickly as it shelters. Eventually, you find the terminal, or what's left of it. A kiosk embedded into a wall, mostly intact. Moss curling around its base like fingers too tired to hold on. The screen is cracked, but it still flickers awake when you approach. A soft chime. A voice, automated and soft, says, "Please authenticate." You offer your hand. Not because you believe in it, just because the ritual matters. The machine accepts you. It always does. You place the cargo in the tray. It hisses shut, then slides inward like something swallowing a memory. A loading bar appears, flickers, completes. Then nothing. No confirmation, no reward. Just a soft pulse of blue light that fades like breath on glass. You stand there for a while, watching the nothingness unfold. It feels honest, at least. When you leave, the rain feels different. Not colder, just older. Like it's been raining here long before the city, long before you. The drops aren't heavy, but they know things. They land on your shoulders like advice. They slide down your cheeks like truths you didn't ask for. On the edge of the city, near a scaffold that never became a tower, you find a tarp. Beneath it, someone has left a chair, a thermos, a worn journal sealed in plastic. You don't read it. You just sit, just for a minute, just to listen. The city groans around you, wood creaking, cables humming, metal sighing under weight that may no longer be there. You breathe it in. It doesn't taste like rust. It tastes like memory. Somewhere far above, lightning cracks sideways, tracing a path that never touches ground. For a moment, the whole city is lit. Not clearly, not cleanly, but enough. Enough to see that the place isn't empty, just paused, caught between pulses. A city built not to last, but to wait. And maybe that's all you do here. Wait. Not for someone, not for something. Just until the weight on your back shifts again. Until the wind changes direction. Until the storm decides it's bored of you, and the city gently lets go. As you walk away, the rain doesn't follow. It stays behind, settled in the bones of the buildings, whispering stories no one will stay long enough to hear. And behind you, somewhere in that cracked plaza, the statue keeps pointing. Toward nowhere, toward everywhere. And the last thing you hear is the soft metallic chime of a vending machine trying to sell you something no one needs anymore. You leave the city behind, though it never really lets go. The rain fades, not like weather ending, but like something withdrawing its gaze. Your shoulders feel lighter, but not your breath. That remains heavy in the way thoughts do when they haven't quite finished forming. The storm didn't follow. It never does. It just lingers behind, circling the buildings like a tired dog, waiting for the next figure to wander in and vanish like fog. The road ahead is a memory of travel, barely a trail, carved less by feet and more by intention. Grass leans away from the path but refuses to part. Rocks line the incline like broken teeth. There is no clear map to where you're going, just an understanding, a direction in the gut, in the skin, in the tilt of the wind brushing your ears like breath. The elder's shelter isn't marked, not really, but you know it, even before you see it, like all places haunted by someone who's stayed too long. The hill climbs slowly, but the burden does not. The slope doesn't fight you, it just insists. Every step is a small negotiation. You shift your balance to protect the cargo on your back. Your knees speak up. Your lungs remind you that nothing is flat anymore. Above you, the sky folds into itself, dim and directionless, neither morning nor dusk, the kind of light that makes the hours blur. You stop trying to count them. Eventually, the outline appears, a square too rigid to be rock, too silent to be machinery. The shelter is pressed into the hillside like someone tried to bury it, then gave up halfway. One metal panel rusted through, a vent that doesn't breathe. Solar panels cracked like ice left too long in the sun. And above all of it, a satellite dish that turns just slightly, like it's listening to something you can't hear. You pause at the perimeter. The air is different here, still, but not quiet. The kind of stillness that grows from waiting. The feeling of a room where someone has just died, and no one has moved the blanket yet. You knock once, out of habit. The door doesn't respond. It never does. A screen blinks faintly to life. A voice you've heard before, old, dry, reluctant, grates through static. Not a greeting, just a sound. The permission to enter. Inside, the light is artificial, but weary. Yellow like old bones. The room is small, no bigger than a coffin someone decided to live in. Walls lined with shelves, shelves lined with relics. Not antiques, just objects from before. A pair of wire-rimmed glasses folded neatly on a folded newspaper. An old-fashioned pen. A half-full cup of something long since cold. There is a cot against the far wall, pressed flat with the weight of someone who never stopped waiting. And there he is, the elder. Not upright, not quite prone. Suspended somewhere between sitting and collapsing. Blankets piled too high for comfort. Eyes closed, mouth slightly open, skin translucent at the temples. His breath is a shallow rhythm, like wind through a cracked window. You don't speak. You never do. His presence is enough, and his silence earned. You set the delivery down softly. It makes a sound that doesn't quite belong. A mechanical hiss, a seal releasing, a small hum of acknowledgement. The elder does not react. He hasn't for the last 3 deliveries. Not really. But you know he's still in there. Or near. Some part of him tethered by habit, by memory, by something too stubborn to unravel just yet. You stand still for a while, long enough to let the quiet thicken. It wraps around you, not heavy, but complete. There are no machines running here, no background hums, just the small, intermittent clicks of aging infrastructure and the occasional whisper of wind sneaking in through imperfect seals. On a table, there's a book. Paper. Fragile. Open to a page whose meaning was lost long ago. You don't read it, but you run your fingers near the margin where someone once scribbled something in haste. A formula, a date, a name maybe. Something that mattered to someone once. You don't know if the elder wrote it, but the ink has faded like breath on a mirror. The air smells faintly of rust and old tea leaves, a dampness that isn't from rain but from forgetting to open the vents. A kind of still rot that comes not from neglect, but from patience. This place has not decayed. It has weighted itself thin. On the wall behind the cot is a photograph. The frame is cracked. The image inside warped with time, the ink bleeding in slow, deliberate ways. A man stands in front of a house, squinting into sunlight. There is another shape beside him, blurred, maybe a child, maybe just a shadow. You think the man is younger, but not by much. Or maybe you've just never seen the elder with his eyes open long enough to compare. You don't know how long you stay there. Time here is not something you feel in minutes or hours. It's in the slouch of your shoulders, the ache in your arches, the way your spine curves forward without your permission. The silence thickens, then suddenly breaks, not loudly, but inevitably. The elder speaks, a sound more than a sentence, the rasp of unused words. You turn your head slightly, not to see him, but to acknowledge him. The sentence is fragmented, half-spoken, half-swallowed. Something about the mountain, about the snow, about a name you don't know. He doesn't say it again. You move closer. Not too close. You don't want to break whatever fragile tether holds him here. He says something else. Slower. Clearer this time. Not to you exactly. Just into the air. A memory. A question no one will answer. He talks about the wind. About how it used to smell like pine. How the roads weren't always so empty. You listen. You let it settle. Then, as if remembering himself, he quiets again. As if embarrassed by the sound of his own presence. His breathing slows. The room seems to exhale. And you, without instruction, reach for the scanner. You log the delivery. The machine hums its confirmation, but he doesn't hear it. Or maybe he does, but hearing and caring aren't the same anymore. You leave the supplies in their usual place, next to the unopened box from the last visit. He hasn't touched them, not even moved them. You wonder if he forgets they're there, or if he just doesn't want to open anything anymore. Sometimes the unopened promise is easier than the open truth. You turn toward the door. The elder stirs once more. A sound, almost your name, though not quite. You pause. He doesn't repeat it. Just a syllable. Just a shape of thought. He breathes in as if to say more, but the breath never becomes a word. You nod. Small. Slow. You want him to feel it, even if he doesn't see it. As you step outside, the world greets you not with wind, but with stillness. The kind that comes before snow. The kind that makes you feel like you're being watched. Not by danger, but by memory. The air has turned sharper, as if to remind you that there are fewer shelters the farther you go. You adjust the weight on your back. You scan the horizon, not for direction, but for meaning. Somewhere out there, the next destination hums faintly in your gut. But for a few seconds more, you stay still, just listening to the silence that leaks from the shelter behind you. It hums a little softer now, like someone who's finally falling asleep. And as you step forward, the only sound is the crunch of your boot over a brittle leaf that has somehow made it all the way up here. Wind-carried, forgotten, weightless. The door behind you doesn't shut. It just settles, and the mountains ahead begin to whisper. You leave the elder's cabin with the silence of that place still folded into your coat, like an old note kept in a pocket too long. It doesn't weigh much, but it lingers. The way solitude lingers after someone says your name too softly to answer. The path ahead narrows, not in space, but in certainty. It pulls you forward with the kind of quiet that belongs to places once filled with music. The slope is sharp, and the wind plays tricks with your balance. Each step is a negotiation between movement and memory. The world stretches out around you, but everything you focus on feels close, too close, as if the hills themselves are trying to listen in. Your boots crunch on old gravel, but the sound doesn't travel far. It stops at your ankles, like it knows better than to echo here. The artist lives perched on the edge of a view that would have once inspired awe. Now it's a place where colors bleed together in fog, and outlines refuse to hold still. Her shelter is half hidden by brush and folded rock, but the soft light that seeps through its panels speaks of someone who still believes in beauty, even if it hurts, especially if it hurts. You approach slowly, the way you might approach a deer or a half-finished thought. There's no knock. There's no need. She knows you're coming. The door doesn't open all the way, just enough to let the warmth of her inside air touch your fingers. She doesn't say much, just nods. Her eyes carry the shape of things she hasn't painted yet. Not because she hasn't had time, but because the feeling still hasn't formed all the way. Her hands shake, not from age or fear, but from too much stillness, too long spent waiting for a letter that might never come. You place the delivery on the table, not heavy, just sealed. She doesn't open it immediately. She touches it like someone who's forgotten how to unwrap hope. There's music in the background, faint, distant, not coming from her speakers. Something older, analog, a memory in waveform. You follow the sound with your breath, tracing the edges of it through the walls, past the roof, out into the cold. The musician lives far enough that footsteps blur into rhythms, and rhythms blur into thoughts. You carry another letter for him, not to fix things, not to explain, just to remind him that someone still carries these messages, still believes in bridges even when they don't reach the shore. The path curls back toward the lowlands. Each drop in elevation feels like entering a deeper part of someone else's dream. The landscape is quieter here, not because there's less to hear, but because the echoes have made peace with the emptiness. The rocks are scattered like piano keys too old to be played, each one a note that no longer remembers what it meant to be struck. When you reach his place, it's different. The windows are open. The sound is clearer. There's no melody, not really. Just vibrations shaped into something close to comfort. He's not outside, but the music is. It moves through the space the way light filters through the leaves of a tree you don't remember planting. You pause for a while, letting the silence between notes fill the places you've forgotten to feel. He doesn't ask who it's from. He already knows. The letter is taken with careful fingers, as if paper were rare or sacred, or both. He doesn't speak, not in words, just hums. A low line that drifts toward the back of your mind and finds a place to rest. You don't stay. You don't need to. The journey between them is not yours to finish. You're just the carrier of things unsaid, and that is enough. You walk the same path back, but it's changed. Not in shape, but in sound. Somewhere along the way, her music has shifted. The notes are different now, not louder, just closer, as if the space between them has shrunk, as if she's listening again. The chiral network doesn't hum like it used to. Here it pulses gently, like breath taken in before a confession. The world around you remains unchanged, rocks unmoved, moss undisturbed. But something in the atmosphere carries less weight. You pause halfway up the ridge, where the wind can touch both sides of your face at once, and you feel the distance between two people who don't speak, but still listen. You arrive again at her shelter. She doesn't greet you. She doesn't need to. The letter is still on the table, unopened, but the music is louder now, still faint, still fragile, but reaching. She sits near the window, back to you, head tilted slightly as if tuning her breath to the sound. She hasn't painted today. The canvas remains blank, but it no longer looks empty. It looks patient. You sit for a while, not as a guest, not as a courier, just as someone in the presence of something beginning again. Her fingers twitch now and then, not from cold, but from rhythm, as if drawing shapes in the air that only the music can see. You don't speak. You don't need to. Eventually, she opens the letter, slowly, carefully, as if tearing paper might also tear something inside her. Her eyes scan the page, but her expression stays the same, soft, unreadable, somewhere between pain and peace. She folds it again, places it in a drawer, not to hide it, just to keep it near. Outside, the weather changes without warning. The sky doesn't darken. It just sighs, the kind of sigh that lifts dust, stirs leaves, unsettles nothing but your thoughts. She closes the window, but not all the way. The music still slips through the crack, a thread between them, stitched into the wind. You step outside, leaving the door ajar behind you, not as a mistake, as an offering. The path you took here feels different now, like walking through someone else's heartbeat. The silence that once clung to your coat now flutters in your wake, lightened by notes you can't quite hum. You don't know if they'll meet again. That's not your burden to carry. But the letters were delivered. The air between them has shifted. And somewhere in the distance, a new song begins, quiet, uncertain, but not alone. And behind you, through the brush and the fog, a curtain moves gently in a window not quite closed. The curtain in the wind does not close. It only folds, slowly, like a thought not quite finished. You leave the chiral artist behind, her window cracked, her silence now threaded with music, not her own. The world outside doesn't shift so much as it exhales, long and low, and the path pulls you forward again, not toward a destination, not exactly, but toward a presence, one that doesn't speak in instructions or warnings, one that only ever smiles. The terrain rises in soft waves, like the echo of something drowned long ago. You walk between them as if between breaths, and the earth seems to remember you now, not in affection, but in quiet recognition. Stones do not move beneath your feet. They yield. The mist rolls ahead in faint sheets, and each step forward feels like returning to a memory someone else forgot to finish. She comes to you the way some dreams do, not all at once, but in fragments. First, the shape of her hand, half outstretched. Then the sound of her name, spoken in a voice you cannot quite place, though it is yours. Then the smile, the one that waits at the edge of understanding. Not because it hides anything, but because it doesn't need to explain. The beach is there again, but different. Not empty, just paused. The waves roll in, not with urgency, but with the rhythm of something that's been waiting far longer than you've been walking. Your boots do not leave prints here. Nothing does. The sand remembers, but it does not record. And she is standing there, already turned halfway toward you, her hair drifting without wind, her presence still as a held breath. She says your name like someone placing a stone on still water. There is no weight to it, only consequence. Her voice doesn't carry through the air. It simply arrives inside you, settling somewhere between spine and memory. You nod, or maybe you don't. She speaks again, words probably, but they arrive as warmth, not meaning. You move closer, though neither of you steps forward. The distance between you doesn't shrink in space, only in silence. Her dress catches the light strangely, as if woven from reflections rather than fabric. You remember her as a promise, or maybe as a possibility. Now she stands as a question. Her eyes hold 1,000 endings, but her mouth refuses to speak even one. She smiles, and it breaks something in you, gently. Not like a collapse, but like light shattering through glass. Not pain, just understanding, sudden and soft, like realizing the rain has stopped. That smile, not wide, not closed, holds 1,000 unsent messages. It asks without asking, "Do you know what I am? Do you still want me here?" You don't answer. You can't. Because you don't know. Because you do. The beach stretches behind her, endless but curved. You wonder if it loops, if it bends inward like thought or time. She begins to walk, and you follow without sound. The surf reaches your ankles, then recedes without touching. Footsteps form and fade. Her hair floats as if submerged. The air here hums with something not quite grief, not quite peace. She shows you things, but not directly, just gestures, glances. There are moments, flickers in the periphery, of places you have been. The incinerator smoke rising behind a mountain, a baby's cry heard through metal, a broken city whose name you stopped saying. They fold into the waves without disturbing them. You ask nothing. She says less. When she stops, it is not sudden. It is as though the moment has been arriving for a long time and has only just remembered to catch up. She turns to face you again, and the horizon tilts. Not violently, just enough to remind you that this is not your world. Or maybe it is, and that's worse. Her hands lift, not pleading, not warning, just offering. You see the crater then, not in the ground, but in her, a hollow space shaped like every choice you never wanted to make. It pulses softly. Not a wound, not a heart, just a place where something used to be. I didn't mean for this, her smile seems to say, but I am it anyway. And you believe her, not because it makes sense, but because it doesn't. The wind rises, soft at first, then sharper, Not cruel, just clear. It brings the scent of salt and static and something like ash. She steps back, 1 foot into the sea, though it does not disturb. The tide doesn't pull her. It holds her, gently, like a blanket left on an empty bed. You feel the question settle around you, heavy but not hostile. Will you stay here, where time cannot touch you? Will you leave and forget her shape by morning? Her smile widens just slightly. Not hope, not despair, just patience. You want to ask who she really is, but you know the question can't be shaped with words. She is the dream that waited too long, the signal that never reached the receiver. The laugh heard one room away. She is warmth where warmth should not be. A sister, a mother, a stranger, a wave. You take 1 step closer, just one. And in that step, you understand. She doesn't want to be saved. She wants to be seen. Her smile dims, not with sadness, but with softness, as if the question no longer needs an answer, as if it is enough that you heard it. And then, slowly, she begins to vanish. Not fade, not disappear, just loosen, like thread unwinding, like light through fog. You don't move. You don't try to stop her, because something in you knows she's still there, in the tide, in the silence, in the question. The beach is quiet again, but not still. The waves resume their rhythm, unconcerned. The sky shifts its colors without comment. You stand there a little longer, not to wait, just to remember. You turn, eventually. Your boots leave no mark. Your breath is slow. The path back is unclear, but your body remembers it, even if your mind doesn't. The world begins to build itself again as you walk, 1 note at a time, 1 vibration, 1 breath. And somewhere behind you, faint but certain, the question lingers. A smile without punctuation, a promise without shape, a warmth that does not fade. The shoreline does not greet you. It does not beckon or threaten. It simply exists, vast, flat, indifferent, as if carved from memory rather than sand. The ocean breathes, not with rhythm, but with the faint, patient pulse of something that has forgotten how to care. And you, standing ankle-deep in its forgetting, are not a hero, not a savior. You are a carrier of weight, not just packages, not anymore, but of choices you never asked to make. The air is salted with something older than storms. And the sky is peeled wide open, bruised and pale, as though the world has been holding its breath for too long. Each step presses into the black sand like a thought too heavy to finish. Your boots sink slightly, not in resistance, but resignation. The sea foam creeps in behind you and wipes the footprints away almost instantly, as if the land itself refuses to remember your passage. There is no wind here, only the whisper of what once was, a breeze that smells faintly of rusted metal and loss. And somewhere ahead, in the distance between heartbeats, is the figure that waits for you. Higgs is not a threat here, not really. He stands as if caught between being and ending, shoulders loose, posture too casual for someone who once hunted you like a hobby. His presence feels less like confrontation and more like an invitation, not to fight, but to unmake. He is already fading at the edges, like an image burned too long into a screen. There's something in his stance, in the tilt of his head, that says he's tired. Not physically, but cosmically, as though all the weight he tried to throw onto the world looped back around and settled into his bones. You approach slowly, not with caution, but with a quiet that feels earned. The beach muffles everything, footsteps, breathing, the sound of your own pulse. Even the crashing waves are muted, like applause given long after the performance has ended. The closer you get, the more the world seems to thin out around him. Higgs does not smile. He smirks, but it's hollow, a gesture held together by habit more than intent. He speaks, but the words don't reach your ears the way normal voices do. They slide into your mind like oil into cracks, soft, slippery, full of meanings that only half matter. He says something about endings, about how nothing really dies, it just shifts. He gestures toward the ocean, toward the sky, toward the endless gray of it all. He talks about choice, about power, about the futility of pretending any of it meant anything. But none of it really matters. Not anymore. You don't answer. Not because you have nothing to say, but because the silence between you holds more truth than anything either of you could conjure. This is not about words. It never was. It's about standing here, face to face with someone who tried to break the world just to feel like he wasn't breaking alone, and seeing that behind the mask, behind the madness, there's just a man drowning in the same loneliness. He moves like he wants to fight, but his steps are slow, uncertain. He lifts his arms, but they don't rise with conviction. You don't move to block. You don't move at all. Not at first, because you know this isn't about winning. This is about bearing witness, about standing still while someone else falls apart and not looking away. And so you let him rage, let him flail, let him shout at the sky as if it owes him something. His fists connect with nothing. His threats melt before they reach your skin. You absorb it all like fog absorbs sound, not resisting, just allowing. And when he finally falls to his knees, shoulders trembling with some emotion too complicated to name, you step forward and offer nothing but your presence. Time stretches here, not like a rubber band, but like old skin, thin, worn, translucent. The world around you blurs at the edges, shapes shimmer and shift. Maybe you're still on the beach. Maybe you're somewhere else entirely. A place stitched together from shared pain. A pocket of the world where ghosts come to unravel themselves in private. Higgs looks up at you. The defiance is gone now. His eyes are wet, but not from crying. Just salt, just wind, just everything. He opens his mouth to speak again, but no sound comes. And in that silence, you feel something give way. Not a crack, not a collapse, just a release. As if a rope, long frayed and overburdened, has finally let go of whatever it was trying to hold. You don't strike him. You don't need to. The fight was never with him. It was with the grief he carried like a flag. And that finally begins to unravel. The world flickers, the sky folds inward, the ground beneath you hums, and the ocean begins to rise. Not with fury, but with inevitability. Water seeps in around your feet again, soaking the edges of your thoughts. The horizon darkens, not with clouds, but with memory. He stands again, barely. Not to challenge, not to plead, just to be seen, one last time, as something other than a monster. His lips part in what might be a question, or maybe a farewell, but whatever it is, it's soft, and the sea takes it before you do. You nod, not in forgiveness, not in pity, just in acknowledgement. A gesture that says, I saw you. And then he steps back, into the tide, into the forgetting. The waves do not crash. They swallow. His outline fades, shimmer by shimmer, until there is only water, only silence, only the distant tremble of something unresolved finally being allowed to rest. You remain there a while, long enough to feel the salt dry on your skin, long enough for the wind to shift, long enough for your own reflection in the water to stop looking like a stranger. There is no music, no epiphany, just breath, just tide, just the thin line where sky meets sea and everything after that becomes maybe. Eventually your feet begin to move again, the sand still damp, the air still empty, but lighter now. You walk away, not because it's over, but because it's time. And behind you, the sea smooths over everything, as if none of it ever needed to be remembered, only felt, only once, only just enough. And somewhere, faintly, the scent of rain on salt begins to rise, then fades, then lingers, then fades again. The beach is quieter now, not because the tide has retreated, but because something within you has. That strange churning of resolve and fear, it has gentled, flattened, like a blanket smoothed over restless legs. The sand no longer hisses beneath your boots. It sighs. And the sky above, though still endlessly pale, seems to pulse more like breath than threat. You are not alone here, not truly. But it feels like you are, until it doesn't. Until her shadow joins yours, not cast by light, but by memory. It is softer than before, less certain. The distance between you is not measured in feet, but in truths withheld and names worn like masks. You move toward her, slowly, as if the space between you might shatter if crossed too quickly. She stands with her back turned, the hem of her dress brushing the tide, not wet, not dry, just part of the horizon now. Her hair is still, not from the absence of wind, but from the stillness of thought. You know this silence. It's the kind that follows something final, a decision made, but not spoken. The kind of silence that settles in a room after the door has been closed for the last time. When she speaks, it is without turning. Her voice doesn't pierce the air. It floats in it, carries the weight of someone who has worn too many faces, lived too many endings. There is no accusation in her tone, no plea, only a question wrapped in the shape of a statement. As though she isn't even asking you, only offering the words to see if they stick to anything inside you. You answer without knowing you've spoken, not with your mouth, with your breath, your posture, the way your gaze drifts just slightly to the right of her. You know she feels it, that resistance, that confusion, that aching need to make sense of something that was never meant to be linear. She turns, finally, and the world does not shift around her. It pauses. She is not just Emily. She is not just Bridget. And you are not just her connection, or her end, or her beginning. You are the moment between those two versions of her, the space that holds the breath, the delay before the wave returns. Her face is kind, or it tries to be, but the kindness is borrowed, like a coat worn out of obligation, not warmth. You move closer, and the sand does not yield, but it remembers. Every step you've taken here, every time you've stood in this same place, they echo now in silence. She lifts a hand, not to beckon, not to stop, just to exist in the space between you. And in that gesture, there is a whole language of apology and hope and resignation. She speaks again. This time it's clearer, not louder, just less distant. She says things that make no sense, but you understand. She says she's both of them, and neither. That the end and the beginning are the same. That extinction isn't death, not really. It's release. It's freedom. It's choice. You try to respond, but your voice doesn't trust itself. So instead, you offer her your presence, your stillness. And for now, that is enough. The beach trembles slightly beneath your feet, like something enormous shifting deep beneath the surface. It's not danger. It's memory, the weight of choices stacked like stones in a stream. And she watches you, as if waiting for something that can't be spoken, as if you are the answer to a question she can't quite phrase. She isn't angry. That's what startles you most. She isn't pleading either. There's no desperation here, only inevitability. And maybe that's worse. Maybe that's heavier, because it means she's ready. And you still aren't. A breeze finds its way into the moment, curling around both of you like a reminder. The smell is salt and warmth and something faintly sweet. Something like old paper, letters never sent, promises never meant to be kept. You think of the people you've met, the connections made, the way each one was a thread pulled taut between silences. She isn't just her, and neither are you. You remember her laugh. Not the sound, but the shape it left in the air, the way it rounded corners, softened rooms. You remember when she used to promise things, when she said there was a plan, a path, a purpose, and you believed her. Not because it made sense, but because it made you feel less alone. Now her smile is different, worn at the edges, still beautiful, but quieter. It's the smile of someone who no longer knows what she's smiling for. Or maybe it's the smile of someone who knows exactly that, and smiles anyway, as though to say, I'm still here, even if I'm not what you thought. You kneel, not out of worship, not defeat, just to rest. The sand welcomes your knees like it's been waiting for them. She sits across from you. Her dress pools around her like fog, like story, like something you could fall into if you weren't careful. You watch each other. No words for a long while. And then, almost too soft to hear, she says she's tired, that she's been carrying endings for too long, that every time she thinks it's done, another version of her wakes up and starts again, that being the end isn't the same as understanding it. You don't answer, you just lean forward slightly, enough that the space between you becomes intention, not absence. She smiles again. And this time, it's not a question. It's a farewell, or a welcome, or maybe both. Behind her, the sky shifts, not from night to day. That would be too simple. It becomes something else, something wider, like breath after holding, like water after thirst. You feel it ripple through the sand, the air, your chest. She reaches toward you, not to pull you close, not to push you away, just to make contact, to prove perhaps that she is real, that even if she is many things, Amelie, Bridget, Mother, Extinction, she can still be someone who touches your hand without trying to take it. Your fingers meet, and the world does not break. It sighs. You stay there for a while, long enough to forget what time is, long enough for her voice to become part of the wind again. She tells you things you won't remember clearly, dreams, warnings, apologies, none of them sharp, all of them soft. And when she stops speaking, the silence that follows is not empty. It is full. You stand again, eventually. Your legs protest, but the sand is kind. She remains seated, her gaze now turned toward the horizon, as if waiting for a tide only she can see. You step back. Once, then again. She doesn't follow, but she doesn't vanish either. You turn, begin walking. The beach stretches in every direction. There is no right way to go, only forward, only away, only towards something that feels a little more like understanding. The sound of her voice lingers behind you. Not words, just tone, just the shape of sound. And her smile, still flickering in your memory, glows like the last light before dusk. It never quite fades. The sand behind you no longer whispers her name, but the memory of her presence clings to your souls like a film. Not heavy, just persistent. You walk as if the beach might pull you back, not with force, but with longing. The kind that isn't painful, just patient. She remains where she was, a part of the horizon now. And in your chest, something both settles and stirs. The air grows thinner the farther you go, not because you're higher, but because the world itself seems to be holding its breath, as if waiting, as if watching. There is no wind now, no tide. Just the slow press of gravity reminding you that this moment has weight, not the kind you carry on your back, but the kind that nests behind your ribs. Up ahead, the terrain hardens. The softness of sand gives way to the sterility of metal, to platforms that hum beneath your boots, to that manufactured texture of places built not for comfort, but for consequence. And you know where you're going, even if the path doesn't announce itself. It coils around your mind like a ribbon, familiar, inevitable, quiet. You see the cradle before you hear it, a hollow thing, a soft-edged chamber that gleams with a sadness too sterile to name. Its surface reflects not your face, but your hesitation. Inside it, the bundle you've carried, always carried in some way or another, floats. Not weightless, just between. BB doesn't cry, not yet. The pod is lit from within by that faint amber glow, the kind that reminds you of dim hospital lights and elevator buttons in cities that no longer exist. It is warm. It is lonely. It is waiting. Your hand finds the control panel before your mind does. Muscle memory, grief memory, the kind of motion that belongs to someone who's done this before in dreams they don't talk about. You hesitate, not because you don't know what to do, but because you do. Around you, the world is too quiet, not dead, just emptied, as though it's cleared space for this moment, as though it understands. The floor vibrates faintly, not with urgency, but with sorrow, and something deeper, something patient and final. You look at the pod, and you don't see a machine. You see a presence, a breath you've memorized, a heartbeat that used to line up with yours when the world was spinning a little faster. BB floats there, eyes shut. Not peaceful, but not afraid. Just waiting. They told you what to do. They told you it was time. That this was the choice, the right one, the only one. That it was a release, not a loss, a mercy, a necessity. You were told that connections have costs, that bridges aren't meant to last forever, that some things, some lives, are born to be temporary, useful, sacrificial. You don't believe them, not entirely, but you also don't know what else to believe anymore. Your fingers tremble against the activation switch. It doesn't beep. It hums, low, soothing, manipulative. A lullaby for grief dressed up as protocol. You think of all the times you heard BB's laughter in static, the moments when the silence between your breaths was filled by tiny kicks from inside a glass womb, the way he reached toward you even when you weren't looking. You close your eyes. The weight behind them is sharp, salty, not loud. The pod hisses gently as its systems prepare for what it believes is necessary. The water warms, the lights dim, BB remains still, and you are not okay. You are not ready. The air around you feels denser now, like judgment, like memory. You hear your own heartbeat louder than usual. Not because it's racing, but because the world has quieted everything else. You try to steady your breath, to slow the shaking in your spine, but your body remembers things your mind is trying to forget. They told you to let go, but you already have, so many times, of people, of places, of whole cities that disappeared without saying goodbye. You've let go so much that your hands barely remember how to hold. But this is different. You reach down, not for the button, for the glass. Your fingers press against it, and BB stirs faintly. A ripple in the amniotic light, a motion like a question. And in that small movement, something breaks. Not loudly, not tragically, just finally. You pull your hand away, slowly, as if it's not your own, as if the choice itself might notice. The system waits, the cradle's readiness blinking patiently. The countdown won't start unless you begin it. You don't. Instead, you sit, not on the floor, but beside it. Knees pulled close, back hunched like someone trying to make themselves smaller than their regret. You stare at the pod, and the pod just breathes. You whisper something. Not words, just warmth, just the shape of affection. And the system, unacknowledged, begins to fade. The lights above dim. The hum recedes. The room understands, or pretends to. You will not make this choice. Not today. Maybe not ever. Because connection, even fragile, even borrowed, matters more than protocol. Because some bridges don't need to be burned, just left standing in case someone wanders back. BB shifts again, this time with more clarity. His eyes blink open. You don't see recognition. You feel it. A kind of quiet acknowledgement, as if he too understands what you've not done. Your breath catches, then releases. You stay like that for a long while, not in silence, but in peace. A strange kind of peace, steeped in doubt and love and defiance. Eventually, the system powers down, unused, and the room becomes just a room again. You stand, not stronger, just more certain. The pod is lifted again, carefully, like a promise that hasn't yet been broken. You carry him out with you, not because it's safe, but because it matters. And the hallway that greets you is not brighter, but it no longer feels like judgment. Behind you, the lights flicker once, then go still. And ahead of you, something breathes open, soft as sleep. The wind still carries the shape of her voice, though she hasn't spoken for some time. It hangs there between you. Not a sound, not even a memory, but something lighter. Like breath held too long. Like the shape of a question never asked aloud. You sit beside her, not because you must, and not because you know what will happen next, but because leaving feels heavier than staying, and because silence here doesn't feel empty. It feels shared. The sand beneath you shifts now and then, not from your movement, but from the tide breathing against the shore. Slow and absent-minded, as if the ocean itself has forgotten what time is. Your palms rest behind you, pressed into the cold grit, catching little specks of wind-blown salt, old shells, and something finer than silt. You don't brush it off. You let it cling. Let it settle into the folds of your skin, like every other place you've been. The beach doesn't let go, not even gently. She sits just far enough away that you can't feel her warmth, but close enough that her outline remains constant in your periphery. She hasn't moved in hours, or maybe it's been minutes. The light doesn't change here. It just hovers, soft and indifferent, like a sky that has stopped trying. Her hair shifts in the wind, not dramatically, just enough to remind you that she's still here, that you're both still waiting, that the tide hasn't made its decision yet. You don't speak. You wouldn't know what to say. Words feel absurd here. Loud, clumsy things that belong to roads and radios, and letters shoved into slots marked urgent. This place has no need for them. There are only glances, breaths, the occasional tilt of a shoulder, a shared blink against the salt-laced wind. You've walked so many miles to be here, carried so much weight, worn so many skins, and now, in the quiet, you find yourself unburdened, not by resolution, but by the absence of demand. There is no next step, no urgent delivery, no order pending. Only her. Only this. The tide pulls out a little farther, whispering over the black stones like an apology to the land. You watch its retreat, not as something lost, but something returned. The ocean always returns, even if it forgets how. She watches it too. Or maybe she watches you watching it. It doesn't matter. The moment belongs to neither of you. It is its own thing, weightless, suspended, reluctant to be remembered. Your boots are off. You don't recall removing them, but they're there beside you, toes pointed east, laces slack. Your socks, too, balled in the heel of one shoe. Bare feet on wet sand feel unfamiliar, like childhood remembered through water. The cold kisses up through your soles, and instead of flinching, you lean into it. Let the numbness rise slowly, claiming your ankles, your thoughts, your need to move. This is what stopping feels like. Not failure, not finality, just stillness, earned. Her voice, when it comes, doesn't startle you. It's not loud, not sudden, just a vibration that hadn't been there a moment ago. You don't have to stay, she says, but her tone doesn't suggest she means it. Or maybe she does. Maybe the beach is where all truths become questions, and all questions become tides. I know, you say, or think you say. The air takes your words before they fully leave your mouth. That's fine. She hears you anyway. The ocean rolls in again, just far enough to touch your toes. It doesn't chill, not anymore. It just marks the time, like a clock with no numbers, just rhythms, just patterns, just the persistent erosion of certainty. You watch her hands folded in her lap like something borrowed, and realize she isn't trembling. She hasn't trembled in hours. There's a stillness in her now, like a flame finally given room to breathe. Behind you, the sky hums, not with sound, but with presence. A weightless pressure that reminds you of the world waiting on the other side, of the boots and bridges and burdens left behind. But you don't turn. You stay with her. Not because you owe her, not because it saves anyone, but because she is not alone here. And neither are you. There's a shape on the horizon, not a person, not a structure, just a shift in the air, a fold in the light, like a thought trying to form. It waits. It doesn't advance. It's not a threat, just an option, one of many. And right now, you choose stillness. She sighs, not out of sadness, just out of presence. A breath let go because it was time to let it go. You don't ask what she's thinking. You wouldn't understand the answer, even if she gave one. Her eyes aren't wet, but they carry the weight of oceans. You look away, not out of discomfort, but out of respect. Sometimes the most intimate thing you can do is not stare. The beach hums a little louder now. Or maybe it's the wind. Or maybe it's something older, something deeper, the sound of decisions fermenting in silence. You close your eyes, and for a moment, the world narrows to texture. The prickle of salt damp air against your cheek, the heaviness of your knees, the memory of your mother's lullaby, long lost, but echoing somewhere in your chest. You let it all settle. When you open your eyes again, she's closer. Not much. Just a hand's breadth nearer. Close enough that her fingers could reach yours if either of you tried. You don't. You just let the space between your hands hum quietly. Let it carry all the things you don't say. Let it be enough. She turns toward you then, eyes meeting yours with a question that doesn't need to be answered. It's not about choices. Not anymore. It's about moments. And this one? This is the one you stayed for. The tide pulls in, touches both your ankles now. Lingers, then pulls back without a sound. You breathe. She breathes. The beach holds you both, without judgment, without promise. Just sand and salt and breath and time. Nothing more, nothing less. Somewhere beyond the gray, something waits. A door, a return, a responsibility. But you don't reach for it. Not yet. You stay. Not to delay, not to abandon. Just to honor this. Her, you, the wait between. And slowly, without ceremony, without storm, without flash or fire, the tide changes. You don't see it happen. You only feel the difference. The way the air exhales, just a little softer. The way the horizon seems to stretch instead of retreat. The way her shoulders drop by half a breath as if some tether has quietly unraveled. You stay a little longer, until the change settles, until the moment becomes memory, until the stillness no longer aches. And then, when it's time, not because anyone says so, not because anything demands it, you rise. You don't leave her. Not really. You simply walk toward the place where the sky remembers light. Behind you, the wind hums. And in front of you, something warm begins to bloom across the horizon. Not dawn, not hope. Just the gentle suggestion that maybe, this time, the return might feel less like an ending. And the last thing you hear is the quiet sound of two sets of footsteps, parting ways in the sand, without regret. The sound of the tide retreats first, not from the shore, but from your chest. It doesn't vanish. It just lessens, like the breath of the ocean turning inward, like her absence slowly becoming a part of the silence, rather than something that ruptures it. You sit there a little longer than you need to, not because you're lost or unsure or broken, but because motion feels like betrayal, because your feet still remember the texture of her footprints in the sand, because there is a weight in your ribs that isn't grief, not entirely. It's something gentler, heavier, quieter. the kind of weight that hums with the memory of having held something for too long and not wanting to let go. When you finally stand, the world doesn't cheer. It doesn't shift. It doesn't welcome you back like a prodigal son or a myth made flesh. It simply waits, quietly, the same way it did before. The sky is soft, not blue, not gray, but that color in between that happens when fog forgets whether it's rain or cloud. You breathe in, and it's not heroic. It's just air. But it doesn't hurt. Not today. You don't feel lighter, not exactly. The pack's still gone. The weight is different now. Less about burden, more about echo. You walk without it, and your spine still remembers how it shaped you. The rhythm of your steps feels hollow at first, like a song you used to hum out loud that now only plays in the spaces between thoughts. But with each step, something real settles into your legs again. You are not carrying the world anymore, only yourself. And that is enough. The first thing you hear, really hear, is the wind. Not the way it screamed through ridges or whistled around your hood in places where ghosts lingered, but soft, brushing through grass that dares to grow wild again. A sigh with no audience, no agenda, just a presence, like someone standing beside you with no need to speak. There are birds too, not many, but enough that their sound makes you look up, even though the sky still refuses to commit to a color. The air smells like dust and stone, but not decay, not rot, not endings, just time, settled, honest, the kind of scent you only notice after a storm has passed, not because it left a mark, but because it didn't take everything with it. You pass the same rocks you've passed before, the same broken roads, the same rusted remnants of what was once ambitious, the same hollowed structures meant for shelter, now skeletal and open to wind and memory. But today, none of them feel haunted, not in the old way. They feel like ruins, yes, but lived in ones, mourned and moved past, like how you remember a scar when your fingers drift over it. Not because it hurts, but because it was once part of your becoming. Someone has been here, not recently, but recently enough. A rope still tied to a handhold, sun-bleached but not frayed. A boot print in the mud, softened by time but unmistakably human. Not yours, not hers, just someone. The path is no longer yours alone, and somehow that's okay. There's a structure to your breath again, a tempo. You're not panting, not pushing, just walking. Moving through a world that remembers you, but does not need you to explain yourself. The roads are still cracked, the bridges still bent, the rivers still try to steal your footing, but they no longer feel like trials. They are just what they are, and you move through them like someone who has nothing to prove. You pass a terminal. It's still humming, still blinking, still asking for a delivery that may never come. You place your palm against it anyway, not to activate, not to respond, but to feel it. To acknowledge that even machines, when left long enough, begin to feel like relics of memory. It beeps, low, tired, familiar, like a voice that doesn't expect an answer but still speaks. You nod, even if it doesn't see. There is something in the sky, distant, drifting, not quite cloud, not quite shadow. You watch it for a while, your eyes tracking slowly, not out of caution, but curiosity. It never resolves, never descends, just moves, like a thought you used to chase but no longer need to. When you come upon the outpost, the door is closed, but the lights are on, dim but warm. You don't knock, you don't need to. Someone has left a canteen outside, half full, not forgotten, left, on purpose. You don't take it, but you sit beside it for a while just to be near something that came from someone else's hand. That was chosen. That was placed. That stayed. The grass here is taller than it used to be. The wind combs it like a lullaby. You remember when it was just dust, when you couldn't hear anything over the crunch of gravel and the weight of silence. Now it whispers, not just to you, but to the sky, to the hills, to whatever might be listening. You walk again, not out of duty, not because someone's waiting, but because you can, because the land stretches and curves like a story that hasn't ended and never really will. You don't follow a route. You follow where your feet feel steady, and when they don't, you pause. And that too is okay. The day begins to tilt, not toward night, not yet, but toward that golden hush where everything seems to hold its breath. You stop on a ridge. Look out. The horizon isn't heroic. There are no explosions, no revelations, just distance, and the soft ache of wanting to see more of it. You think of her again, not sharply, not like a wound, like light, the kind that leaks through closed eyelids when you rest your head too near a window. She's not gone. Not really. The world keeps her now, the way it keeps footprints even after the tide washes them away. There's a sound behind you, not loud, just the crunch of gravel. You turn, half expecting nothing, and you're right. There's no one there, just your own echo, your own weight, your own presence, finally catching up. You sit before you reach your destination, not because you're tired, but because the stillness is worth hearing. You let your hands rest on your knees. Let your breath settle where the wind won't disturb it. You let your eyes blur the edges of everything until the whole world feels wrapped in gauze. The world didn't end. It didn't shatter. It didn't forget you. It simply kept breathing. Slowly, softly, the way waves do when no one's watching. And when you close your eyes, it breathes with you. Just like that. The silence from the ridge still lingers behind your steps, not as an echo, but as a hush you carry with you. You don't break it. You don't speak. You don't hum or sigh or clear your throat. Instead, you walk gently, as if each footfall were a candle, and the earth might blow them out if you're not careful. There's a pull, not gravity, not memory, but something older, softer, something that doesn't come from the road, but from what was never placed on it. It's not far. You've been here before, or at least near. The path curves like a breath held too long. The terrain is familiar in the way a scar becomes familiar, something you stop noticing until your fingertips find it again. The wind here is still, not gone, but resting, like even it knows that words should not be spoken loudly where goodbyes were never given. The incinerator sits like an old secret, not hidden, but not remembered either. It was never grand, never solemn, just functional. But the way it stands now, part of the hillside, part of the sky, part of something that once mattered, it feels more like a monument than it ever did in use. Not a monument to the dead, but to what wasn't allowed to be mourned. You pause before the final climb, not out of fatigue, but to let the air settle, to give the moment time to find you. The soil is drier here, the moss reluctant, the rocks brittle in the way old bones are brittle, quiet until they break. You press a hand to the wall as you ascend. It's warm, faintly, as if the fires never fully went out, as if some part of it remembers what it was made to do. The entrance is as you left it. No one has come. No one has tended to it. But there are no signs of decay, just stillness. The kind of stillness that only happens when the world knows to step back. Inside, it is cooler than expected, but not cold. The light filters in from high slits in the metal, painting long beams across the floor, like memory being dragged in sideways. There are no sounds but the shift of your pack and the quiet creak of your boots. You don't bring anything with you. There is nothing to burn. Not this time. The chamber is empty, but not hollow, not meaningless. You stand in the center, not because it's ritual, not because it's required, but because it feels right, because something in the space recognizes you, and you it. You close your eyes, not in prayer, not in grief, just to listen. And what you hear isn't silence. It's a pulse, Not mechanical, not human, just ongoing. The heartbeat of absence, maybe, or of memory refusing to fade. You remember the weight of the bodies, not in your arms, in your spine, in your breath. You remember the creak of straps and the way plastic felt against skin, the way names became numbers, then became nothing. You remember how each step toward this place felt like undoing something sacred, like turning life back into a package. But there was no other way. No time, no room, no words. You remember the first one you didn't know. The way you spoke out loud anyway. The way you said goodbye to someone who'd never spoken to you. Not because they needed it, but because you did. You remember thinking it might matter, that maybe a whisper in this place counted for something. You remember the one who did speak to you, once, maybe twice, not kindly, not cruelly, just human. You remember carrying them anyway, carefully, like carrying a question you'd never get to ask. You remember the heat of the chamber as it opened, how it didn't scream, just glowed, the fire never angry, just thorough. You remember when it became routine, and how even then, something in you flinched, something that wouldn't go numb. Not entirely. You remember not looking at their faces anymore, not because you didn't want to, but because the silence afterward was too heavy to carry with you. You remember her, not her name. That's not how you hold her now. You remember her weight, lighter than expected, too light. You remember the tremble in your knees that had nothing to do with exertion. You remember not putting her on the platform. You remember standing there, frozen, the way the chamber blinked at you like a question you refused to answer. You left her on the floor, just for a moment, just to breathe, just to find the shape of her absence. It didn't help. You remember the voice in your head telling you it had to be done, that there was no room for the dead in the world that needed saving, that they had to become something else, become fuel, become memory, become myth. You remember hating that voice, not because it was wrong, but because it was right. And so you placed her there, and you did not say her name, and you did not cry, but your hand lingered on the lid just a moment too long, just long enough that the metal warmed beneath your palm, like skin trying to remember itself. Now you stand in the same place, and the platform is empty, and your hand once again drifts toward the metal. But this time, you don't press. You rest, flat, gentle, like saying sorry without speaking. You don't ask for forgiveness. That would be cruel. That would be selfish. But you offer it anyway, something softer than forgiveness. A presence, a breath, a moment you should have given long ago. The light shifts above you, cloud maybe, or time. The beams on the floor change shape. One fades, another forms, like someone moving through the ceiling, unseen. The air thickens, not with smoke, not with ash, but with something older, like a story returning to the place where it was forgotten. You sit, right there on the metal, cross-legged, palms on knees, not meditating, not mourning, just being. The way you should have then, the way you couldn't. You speak, quietly. A name. Maybe not hers, maybe not anyone's, just something to break the quiet. Not because it needs breaking, but because you are still here, and she is not. And someone should say something. You talk until your throat dries, not because you have a speech, not because there is meaning, just to give shape to the space between what was and what is. No one listens. Not really, but it helps. The same way standing in the rain helps when you want to cry but can't. The same way whispering to the wind helps when you know no one will answer. Eventually you rise, slowly. Your knees crack. Your back protests, but your chest feels lighter. Not empty, just lighter. You leave nothing behind. There is nothing to leave, but you pause at the door, one hand on the frame, one step still inside. And in that moment, the chamber hums again. Faint, not mechanical, not ghostly, just enough to be felt, like a breath you didn't know you were holding finally exhaling. You walk down the slope the same way you came, but it feels different now, not healed, but settled, like a wound that no longer bleeds, just aches when the weather turns. The sun is lowered, barely, but enough that the shadows stretch thinner, softer, and in the distance the wind picks up again, not sharp, but insistent, like it's reminding the grass to keep swaying, like it's reminding you that time still moves, even when memory stands still. You pass no one, you speak to no one, but the world doesn't feel empty, just quiet, like a house where someone once lived, and their warmth still clings to the walls. You don't go far, just enough to sit again. On a rock, on a ledge, somewhere the view doesn't matter as much as the stillness. And when you finally close your eyes, it isn't with pain, it isn't with loss. It's with the kind of peace that only comes when the words you couldn't say are finally allowed to drift out into the wind. The fire never took them. Not really. They were always more than ash. And now, finally, so are you. You lingered on that last breath longer than you meant to. Not because it was hard to leave, but because it was hard to start again. Grief has edges that don't always cut. Just press, gently, constantly, until you forget where the weight ends and your own ribs begin. The slope behind you softens into distance, and somewhere, the wind carries away the name you never said aloud. Or maybe it was never wind. Maybe it was breath. Maybe it was lose. There's something different in your arms now. Not burden, not weight, not obligation, just warmth. Familiar, but not fully understood. You cradle it, not as a courier, not as a vessel, not even as a father, not yet. Just as someone who finally stopped walking long enough to listen. The pod is quieter now. It no longer hums with warning, no longer flickers with urgency. The light inside is dim, golden, soft, like candlelight through milk glass. You don't need to tap it. You don't need to check the vitals. You already know. Lou is there. And not in the way she was before, monitored, mediated, halfway between, but in the way that moss returns to stone, slowly, stubbornly, without asking permission, alive in a way that doesn't demand to be declared. The wires are still connected, not out of necessity, but inertia. You trace them with your fingertips, thin, looping, like thoughts made physical. You could leave them, keep the tether, maintain the system that kept her close, but distant. But something in your fingers says no. Something in your chest agrees. So you begin, carefully, gently, one connection at a time. Each release is soft, but it feels louder than thunder. Not for the sound, but for the finality. These were lifelines. Now they're just cables. And the space between you both isn't one of systems anymore. It's air, breath, possibility. You don't speak. Not yet. The moment is still too raw, too tender, too easily disturbed. But your body remembers how to hold something precious. Not like cargo, like closeness. Your arms adjust without thinking. One under the curve of the tank, one steadying the edge. You hold her the way someone might hold morning light. Carefully, reverently, without knowing how long it will last. You sit. Not because your legs give out, but because your heart does. The room is barely lit, and the shadows are slow moving, stretching like they're waking up too. There's no audience here. No monitors. No ghosts. Just you and her. And the silence that doesn't feel empty anymore. The glass is warm. Not with technology. With life. With her. You brush your knuckles against it, the way you might graze a cheek you aren't sure you're allowed to touch. And she moves. Barely. Just a shift. Just a ripple. But it's enough. You almost speak again, but the words are still forming somewhere behind your teeth. So instead, you listen, not for noise, not for alerts, just for presence, the steady pulse, the soft, organic rhythm that says, still here, that says I stayed. And finally, you speak. Her name. Lou, just that. No modifiers, no titles, just the sound of her, shaped in your mouth like a word that was waiting years to be said properly. Lou. It doesn't echo. It doesn't need to. You hold her there for a while. Maybe minutes. Maybe hours. Time stopped counting long ago, and you didn't ask it to start again. The room smells of dust and quiet and something sweet you can't quite name. Maybe it's her. Or maybe it's what hope smells like when it's no longer theoretical. Your thumb presses against the release, not the emergency switch, the one they never taught you to use, the one you only find when you're ready. It opens, not in a rush, not in steam, just a sigh, like a room exhaling, like someone finally allowed to take up space. The capsule folds back, and suddenly she isn't encased. She's exposed, not to danger, to light, to breathe, to you. She is smaller than she seemed, or maybe it's that you've grown, in ways you don't understand yet. Her skin is soft, almost translucent, like a story not yet written. Her eyelids flutter, not open, just restless. You think she's dreaming. You hope she is. Because dreams, at least, belong to the living. Your hands tremble, but they don't falter. You reach in, and for the first time, not as equipment, not as mission, you lift her, entirely. No wires, no barriers, just warmth and weight and tiny human gravity. She smells of water and salt and beginnings. She curls slightly, instinctually, a shape the world hasn't quite taught her to unlearn. Your heartbeat stutters and then steadies. Her head fits just beneath your chin, and something ancient inside you says this is the right place for her to be. You don't say anything more for a long while. The words aren't needed. She doesn't need explanations. She needs breath. She needs arms. She needs time. The pod remains open beside you, quietly irrelevant now. A relic. Useful once. Holy even. But she is not a relic. She is not a tool. She is not a bridge. She is not a means. She is Lou. And Lou is yours. You stand eventually, carefully, slowly, like someone relearning how to move in a body they were never trained to carry something this precious. The room doesn't resist. It lets you go. Maybe it understands. Maybe it's letting go too. Outside, the air is sharper, brighter, like the world tilted slightly while you were inside. Your boots find the earth the way roots do, hesitant at first, then certain. You walk, not to deliver, not to connect, not to rebuild, just to carry. The hills are softer now, less hostile, as if the rocks remembered they were stone, not obstacle. The wind combs through your hair like something trying to apologize for being absent. You don't walk far, just enough. There's a spot you passed once, years ago maybe. It wasn't safe then. It wasn't ready, but you remembered it. A patch of grass that defied the ash. A tree that bent but never broke. A silence that felt kind instead of hollow. You find it again. You sit beneath it. The branches low. The bark worn smooth in places like time polished it out of gratitude. You settle Lou in your lap, your jacket folded beneath her. She doesn't stir, but you think she knows. You talk. Finally. Not in long sentences. Just little things. What the clouds look like. What the wind reminds you of. How strange it is to feel full without movement. You don't expect her to understand. That's not the point. You're not teaching. You're offering. And then something small happens. A hand. Her hand. Opening. Just slightly. Not reaching. Not clinging. Just allowing itself to exist. In air. In light. In the world. You let your finger rest against her palm. She curls around it. And that's it. That's everything. The leaves above you shift, and the sky changes color. Not dramatically. Just enough to let you know the day is moving, and you're still part of it. You don't move for a while. There's nowhere to go that matters more than this. The world will wait. It's waited this long. Eventually she sighs. A small, soft exhale that sounds like the end of winter, like a door opening somewhere deep inside you, like your own name being spoken back to you without words. You smile, and the smile is real. Not practiced, not polite. Just something your mouth remembered how to do, now that it had a reason. You lean your head back. Let your eyes close. Let the wind shift the edges of your sleeves. Let the quiet hold you the way you held her. There is no music, no monument, no transmission, just her breath, and yours, and the moment between them, still open, still warm, still here, still Lou. The air still carries the warmth of her breath. You walk without deciding to. The ground rises and falls in familiar rhythm, like something you've tread 1,000 times but never fully memorized. Each step is soft now, not out of caution, but because the weight is different. Not gone, just rearranged. Where once you carried things to keep the world from falling apart, now you carry something to keep it held together, quietly, gently, without fanfare. Lou is no longer in the pod. She's no longer a package. She's no longer a task. But you feel her in the sling of your arms, in the ghost of the straps you still instinctively tighten. The body learns to move with purpose. The heart learns to move with care. There is no route now. No marked objective. Just terrain. Just memory. Just quiet companionship in the breath between your boots and the soil. You pass a rock that once marked a safe place to rest. You don't stop. Not because you're strong, but because there's nothing to rest from. The urgency is gone. Or rather, it's shifted. It's softer now. Quieter. Like a song you hum for someone who's not quite asleep. You don't see many signs anymore. The holograms still flicker in certain places, arrows suspended in the stillness, notes from strangers written in the light. But they're less urgent now, less frequent. The world has grown quieter, not because it is empty, but because people no longer have to shout to be heard. Somewhere that must mean something is working. The wind presses against your coat and curls beneath your collar. It is no longer hostile, just cold, just present. It doesn't test you, it greets you. A nod between old acquaintances. You nod back. There are places here you remember, not because of what happened, but because of what almost did. Cliffs you nearly fell from. Rivers you almost crossed the wrong way. Silence that almost swallowed you whole. And yet now, you move through them like someone returning to a childhood home. Not unafraid, but unshaken. You still watch your step. You still scan the horizon. But it's different now. You aren't carrying the world. Just yourself, and something that matters more. In the valley below, a bridge glows faintly beneath a dusting of mist. One of yours. Or maybe not. It doesn't matter. The name tag beneath it has faded, scrubbed by time, by wind, by thousands of footfalls. It doesn't need a signature anymore. It just needs to be there. Solid, trustworthy. It arches over a stream that once roared with ruin. Now it burbles, like it's learned how to whisper. You cross without hesitation. The planks no longer creak like threats. They sing, softly. You glance at the sky, and the clouds seem slower, heavier, but not unkind. They don't promise rain. Just a kind of gentle indifference. The kind that allows things to grow without demanding anything in return. Somewhere far behind you is the old world, still patched and stitched and hanging on. Somewhere ahead is whatever comes next. You no longer run from one to the other. You walk between them, steady, listening, letting the rhythm of your steps be enough. To your right, an outpost rests in the crook of two hills. It's quiet now, half covered in creeping moss and dust that doesn't want to leave. The doors are sealed. The terminal is dark. But there's still a faint warmth in the walls, like laughter once echoed here. You don't need to go inside. You've already carried what they asked for. You already left what they needed. This place no longer wants anything from you. It remembers you. That's enough. You move on. The cliffs begin to narrow, and the path tilts with old tension, but the edge no longer threatens. You know where to place your feet. The rocks shift beneath your weight, but they hold. The rope you left here weeks ago still dangles where you tied it. Frayed now, weathered, but loyal. Like everything else in this world that still works, simply because someone cared enough to make it last. You pause halfway up the climb, not to catch your breath, just to feel it. You let your eyes sweep the ridgeline, let your fingers tap gently against the ledge, and for a moment, you imagine what it would be like to never climb again, to just stay, to let this be the peak. But the world, even still, calls you forward, not as a command, but as an invitation. At the top, the wind changes. It always does. You've learned that. Peaks always taste different. This one smells faintly of ash and pine and metal. Old metal, not rusted, just tired. You squint against the sun, and there, just ahead, stands what remains of an old way station. Not a real one, not registered. Someone built it from scrap and stubbornness. A box, a light, a bench, maybe two. Enough to rest, enough to remember. You don't need shelter, but you step inside anyway. You sit. Lou doesn't stir. She rests where she always does now, against your chest, small and real and breathing. You close your eyes and let the light filter through your eyelids like old film. And for a moment, the world folds in. You see the others, the ones who walked before you, the ones who built bridges before you knew how to cross. Not just steel and structure, but acts of will, of belief, of defiance. People who left food in remote shelters for no thanks. People who strung ropes across canyons for strangers they would never meet. People who carried and carried and carried, not for praise, but because someone had to, because someone always has to. You are not them, but you are part of them. The bridge is not just the thing beneath your feet. It's the space between hands, the shape of silence between two voices that finally find each other. It's Lou, curled against you. It's the memory of a sister who still lives behind your ribs. It's the weight you no longer carry because you gave it away, gently, carefully, to the people who needed it more. You open your eyes. The station is quiet again. The wind has moved on. You rise. Ahead is the last stretch of today's walk. Not a mission, not a delivery, just a continuation of breath. The path winds downward toward a field that once burned. Now it flowers. Not brightly, not boldly, just enough to remind you that green still exists. That color still returns, even when no one is left to witness it. You reach the edge of it and kneel. Lou stirs then, just slightly. Her fingers curl against the hem of your coat, and you press a kiss into her hair without needing to think about it. You pull a small marker from your pouch, a piece of wood, smoothed by time. You press it into the earth. You carve nothing, no names, no dates, just the imprint of your hand. You leave it there, a reminder, a bridge, not to walk on, but to remember where you stood. The sun has dipped behind the ridge now, and the air is cooling again. The kind of cold that doesn't bite, just wraps around you like a question. You tighten your coat, shift Lou slightly. Begin the walk back, not home, because the word no longer means a place, just presence, stillness, warmth. The bridges you built are still out there, some crumbling, some carrying weight, some buried beneath new growth. You won't see them all. But that was never the point. You walk not because you must, but because something in the soles of your feet still hums. Not urgency, not duty, just rhythm. And rhythm is enough. Ahead, a pair of lights flicker faintly in the distance. Not beacons, just windows. Someone's there. Someone waiting. Or sleeping. Or listening. And the bridge you cross now doesn't creak. doesn't hum. It simply holds, like the arms of someone who knows you're coming. The last light from the house behind you hasn't gone out. It lingers like breath on glass, warm, human, not insistent, just present. You leave the door half closed, not as an invitation, but as a memory waiting to be returned to. The floor creaked when you stepped out. The child did not stir. And that somehow felt like enough. You walk slowly now, not because your legs are tired, but because the silence feels sacred. The kind that asks to be honored. The kind that grows out of endings, not grief. It is not the hush of a funeral or the stillness of dread, but something quieter, softer, a silence that has learned how to breathe. The path isn't marked. It doesn't need to be. You know where it bends before your feet meet it. You remember the way the stones shift underfoot, the places where the earth remembers past footsteps and tries to hold them. The air smells different now. It carries less dust, more water. Not rain, not yet, but the kind of moisture that means something is growing just out of sight. You cross a field where once there was only ash. It isn't green yet, but it's no longer gray. The color is shy, like someone just waking, like hope that hasn't spoken in years and is relearning its name. You crouch without thinking and run your hand through the loose topsoil. It doesn't crumble. It gathers, holds. It knows how to stay together again. The wind is slow here, not dead, just gentle. It tugs at the edges of your coat like a child playing with the idea of attention. Somewhere far off, a piece of sheet metal flutters against an old scaffold, but it no longer sounds like warning. It sounds like a flag, not of war, just of presence. You pass one of the old terminals. It's dark, half swallowed by vines that don't ask for permission, only time. You don't check it. There's no message to receive, no delivery to make. Its silence isn't rejection, it's rest. The infrastructure can sleep now. You were always meant to be temporary. A river bends to meet your path, not cutting across it, but flowing alongside, like it has nothing to prove, like it's just glad for the company. The water is clearer than you remember. You can see the stones at the bottom, smooth and round, like truths too old to argue with. A fish darts between them. Just one. But it's enough. You sit by the edge and let your boots sink into the mud. It doesn't pull. It holds. The world doesn't need to test you anymore. It's learned what you're made of. You look up and there are clouds. Not dark. Not blooming with storm. Just quiet. Drifting like old ideas with no place to land. The sky has nothing urgent to say. For once, you keep walking. Further on, you find a shelter. One you don't remember building, but maybe you did. Maybe someone else did. The roof is still patched with tape. The bench inside is dry. There's a cup, cracked but whole, and a blanket folded with more care than necessity. You step inside for a moment and let your hand rest on the doorframe. Wood, real wood, not grown, carried, placed, remembered. You sit, and for a while you don't do anything at all. No scanning. No checking inventory. No plotting the shortest route between two lives. Just the sound of your own breath, stretched long and even, like someone who no longer needs to measure it. When you stand, you leave the blanket where it is, not because you don't need it, but because someone else might. The door doesn't close behind you. It leans gently back, as if it trusts the world not to storm in anymore. There's a long slope after that, the kind that would have once meant a risk of slipping, but the soil is firm now. The slope isn't a hazard, it's a rhythm. Your legs find it like a song they've forgotten the words to, but remember the tune. A bird cries somewhere overhead. Just one note, not alarm, not sorrow, just awake. You follow a path etched not by technology, but by habit. Weeds part around it like they remember the pressure of boots, the press of wheels, the low hum of someone trying to matter. You follow the grooves and curves until they open into a place you didn't expect to see again. The bridge, not the one from earlier. Another, older, simpler, one of the first, still standing. You slow as you approach it, not out of doubt, but reverence. Your fingers brush the railing. There are marks in the metal, scratches, carvings, the kind people leave when they've forgotten how to say goodbye. You find your own there, not a name, just a symbol. A reminder that you passed this way once and decided it was worth returning to. The water below is louder than you remember. It rushes, but not like a flood. Like excitement, like something waking up. You cross without counting steps, and on the other side, you find a field that wasn't there before. Flowers, not wild, not chaotic, planted. Rows, uneven but intentional, like someone tried to teach the earth to smile and it almost understood. The petals are pale, not vibrant, not loud, but gentle. Like kindness, like forgiveness. You kneel, and Lou shifts against your chest. She's quiet. You don't check her vitals. You don't need to. She is warm, breathing, present. That is all she needs to be. All you need her to be. You press your hand to the earth just for a moment. You don't speak. You don't need to. The world hears things now it didn't used to. It listens in ways it never did. When you stand again, the field stretches on behind you. You don't look back. Not because you're done, but because you don't need to see it to know it's there. Ahead, the land softens. Roads begin to appear again, but they don't impose. They invite. They offer options instead of orders. You take one, not because it's better, just because it feels right. And soon, you begin to see signs of others. Faint tracks, a shoe print, a cart rut, not fresh, but recent enough to believe. You follow them without needing to know where they go. The fact that they go somewhere is enough. Eventually, you find a door. Not a big one, not reinforced, just wood, faded paint, a window smudged with the oils of 100 hands. There's no lock, no keypad, just a handle. You don't knock. You listen. Inside, there's movement. The clink of dishes, a low hum, the creak of a chair that has forgotten how to complain. The world hasn't restarted. It's just resumed. The same song, a different verse. A little quieter, a little warmer. You turn just before the door opens. You're not ready yet. Not to go in, not to sit. But you're close. You will be. Maybe tomorrow. You take a step back. The door doesn't open. It doesn't need to. It just waits. You step off the path and sit in the grass. No alerts, no cargo, no sirens. Just air, just sky. Just a world that forgot how to end and decided quietly to begin again. In the distance, somewhere beneath the hush of wind and the curl of earth, a child laughs. It's small, faint, but it lingers, like morning light on a shuttered window, like footsteps returning home, like breath, still moving, still enough.